Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the District of Squamish's Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, March 24th. Hat Squalin, Quislickmut, Squamish, Meo. Welcome to the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. We are fortunate to be gathered here today to do our work on the beautiful territory. I would like to advise that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have any concerns with this, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting, which today is Melissa Von Bladeau. I am acting mayor this month, named Councillor Jenna Stoner, and will be chairing the meeting as per our procedures bylaw. Can I see or get an adoption of the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any opposed? Motion carries. The first item that we have is item 3.1 staff reports, which is the annual housing update. And we have Miss Fletcher here with us, and I'll let her get set up. And we'll pass the podium over to you.
All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you. And good morning, Chair and Council. My name is Jessie Fletcher. I'm the manager of current planning with the district. I'm here today to present an update. We're calling it the annual housing update, but it's an update to the Squamish Housing Action Plan and the Housing Target Order. So staff are here today to provide council with an update on progress towards the objectives set out in the Squamish Housing Action Plan, including progress towards housing starts that have been reported to CMHC as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund. Staff are also here to provide council with the first Housing Target Order report for the first 6 months of the order. The first report needs to be received by council by resolution in a public meeting by April 14th in order to comply with the Housing Supply Act. So today we'll start by presenting some background on both the Housing Target Order and the Squamish Housing Action Plan. Then we'll provide a brief update to the Squamish Housing Action Plan, including housing starts between January 12, 2024 and January 11th, 2025, which is the second half reporting period. We'll then provide a brief overview of progress towards the Housing Target Order, including occupancies to date. So the Squamish Housing Action Plan is the genesis of 3 primary inputs. In 2023, Squamish undertook a housing needs report to determine the future housing needs up until 2036 based on projected population changes. This report determined that 9,600 new housing units were required by 2036, resulting in a need of 685 new units per year. Next, the province launched their BC Homes for People initiative in 2023-2024, which overhauled legislation as it relates to the regulation of ground-oriented housing in municipalities, requiring several substantive updates to the district bylaws. And finally, CMHC, that's the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, launched a Housing Accelerator Fund, which we'll refer to as the HAF, in 2023, promising stable funding over 4 years for municipalities who committed to overhauling their bylaws and operations to expedite the construction of new housing. Council endorsed an application to the HAF in July of 2023, and the district successfully obtained funding commitments of $7 million over a 4-year period in exchange for the introduction of systemic change to expedite increased housing production. The district just submitted its second annual report for 2025. This year's annual housing update also includes the district's first Housing Target Order report. The Housing Target Order was established by Ministerial Order number M263. This set a housing target order under the Housing Supply Act for the District of Squamish on August 18th, 2025. The district is part of the 4th cohort of municipalities who have been issued an order. We're here today to present the first report for the HTO program for council to receive. And while not in the presentation today, the staff report also included updated building permit information that was requested by council at the March 10th Committee of the Whole meeting. So on to the Squamish Housing Action Plan. The plan is 9 initiatives as shown on the screen, which comprised 37 associated milestones. 7 initiatives comprising 32 milestones are specific to the HAF funding grant, while the last 2, the Amenity Cost Charge, Development Cost Charge Initiative, and the Housing Needs Supply, are to respond to provincial legislation. The district has successfully completed 36 of the 37 milestones associated with this plan over the last 2 years. The final milestone, milestone 4, integrate recommendations into capital planning budget line items, is technically complete, and staff are completing an internal memo to summarize how this will wrap into future master plan updates. This is the first milestone associated with the district, final milestone associated with the district's HAF application. So Housing Accelerator Fund funding is contingent on the district both meeting its policy milestones and its permit targets. As stated in the last slide, the district was able to complete 31 of the 32 related milestones. The table above highlights the annual number of dwelling units that were issued a building permit. These are known as housing starts, which is how CMHC measures our progress. The table also shows the targets established by the 2023 Housing Needs Report and the 2024 Interim Housing Needs Report, as well as the HAF target, to give a sense of where we are in terms of new housing production against these different milestones. The district has issued building permits for 649 new units since January 12th, 2020. I've got the number wrong in my presentation for. Cumulatively, this is falling 286 units short of the Housing Accelerator Fund target, 721 units short on the 2023 Housing Needs Report, and an excess of 117 units above the 2024 Interim Housing Needs Report. The next 2 slides just highlight the completed milestones over the last year. As you can see above, so far the district has completed a feasibility analysis to identify municipally owned land which is suitable for affordable housing development. They've supported the Squamish Community Housing Society in developing and submitting a CHF funding application. The district has explored parking solutions, including eliminating and reducing requirements and introducing a permit-based system in select areas, and have pursued as of right zoning to allow 6 plexes along core transit network when rapid transit is available in the district. Finally, we have also integrated commercial zoning into new housing development areas in existing neighborhoods to support walkable communities, and we've completed the community infrastructure review. Initiative 8 and 9 referred to as part of the Squamish Housing Action Plan, but were in excess of what was submitted to CMHC, included developing and adopting an amenity cost charge, which was completed this year, as well as a development cost charge bylaw. The OCP was updated to address and identify housing needs on a 20-year horizon, and identified land that was pre-zoned to accommodate those housing needs was also included in the OCP update, meeting provincial legislative requirements in 2025. Onto the housing target order. The housing target order requires that the district submit reporting to evaluate its progress towards the housing target. The first report is a semi-annual report due 45 days after the first 6 months have elapsed since the order, which was issued on September 1st, 2025. Subsequent reports will be done annually during the 5-year order. I'll start by saying that the new housing target order measures occupancies as net new units. So this occurs when an occupancy permit has been issued. The report asks municipalities to report on municipal actions and partnerships taken over the last 12 months, approved housing applications in all stages of development, so at development permit approval, rezoning approval, and building permit approval. Withdrawn or not approved applications, and planned actions to meet housing targets if housing targets are not met. This section is not required for the first 6-month report. Primarily, the housing target order is evaluating our progress on occupancies for new residential units during the order period. This table relates specifically to the housing target order. The housing target order is a function of the 2024 Interim Housing Needs Report and represents 75% of those identified needs. Progress on the housing target order is measured as a function of occupancy permits issued on new housing units. This table shows that the district has issued 153 occupancies to date since September 1st, 2025, as only 7 occupancies short of its first-year target. Staff recommend that the committee recommend to council that council receive the report from community development dated March 24th, 2026, and that council receive the first housing target order progress report. I'll now take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fletcher. Council, questions on the items presented? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Do we have any indications from, in terms of the federal grant review, like the people in the government that are reviewing our progress, and then provincially, they're, I guess I'm concerned about putting ourselves in a position where we're keeping the speculators and the banks whole, and then asking the community to step up to hit the occupancy targets, for example, in a challenging short-term economic sort of circumstance. Like, is the province understanding of that? Or are they like, you guys really got to watch these numbers? Like, are we hearing feedback yet? Like, we're in big trouble here. And because I'm sort of comfortable with where we are given the market, but I don't have a sense of the feds or the province where they are on this.
Before I pass it back to staff, can I just clarify, are you looking for feedback on both the Housing Accelerator Fund as well as the Housing Target Order, like both orders of government, or one versus the other?
Either or, just sort of any information, like what are higher levels of government thinking in this respect?
Thank you through the chair. As it relates to the Housing Accelerator Fund, when submitting this year's annual report, where we've fallen short on our housing starts, so building permits that have been issued, this is an area where the municipality is limited in supporting progress because it is up to the applicant to pick up the building permit they've applied for. We provided information to CMHC on the in-market conditions that might be preventing us and the actions the municipality has taken to achieving that. And we have been awarded our third installment of payments based on our most recent annual report. Whereas I understand that the fourth payment is largely dependent on permit numbers, and we haven't received any indication if they will take the current market into consideration. As for the housing target order, what we understand from staff is that we're meant to meet the housing target order. We haven't been given any information about it being relaxed due to economic conditions.
I will add some color there, if I may. I think from the provincial side, what I've heard through UBCM from the ministry is that and you've seen in the report, in the staff report, the draft report to the province, there is opportunity to fill out and provide more color as to what is going on. So it's both the amount of new units that have been built, but we also have the opportunity to explain how many units are in the pipeline, what actions we are taking in order to support the delivery of housing that our community needs. And if you are demonstrating effort, I don't think the province has a huge amount of capacity to go after every single municipality across the province. That being said, there are municipalities who have pushed back quite hard and have actually had advisors assigned to them for not meeting their targets. Council, further questions? Go ahead, Mayor Harper, then
Sorry,
French.
my question's to you, Chair. Where communities pushing back against these orders is one category of thing. We're seeing that we've taken some actions yet not achieving the goal. So I think that motivation might be different, but the outcome could be the same in so much as not achieving the goal. Anything in that space as far as folks taking, is there examples of folks striving for the goals but not achieving them? I understand those pushing back are unlikely to hit the targets, so therefore, but just that striving piece, I think, is important context here.
Yeah, and I can't speak like by regulation as per Bill 44, the province has the ability to do that if you're not meeting your housing target orders. That's how the legislation is written.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was just curious around the. I've been monitoring these around the province and trying to distinguish between the motivations of each municipality is one thing, but looking at these hard numbers is the other. So just looking to sort of fill that knowledge gap for myself and the community. But thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the report to council and the presentation today. Definitely full of excellent information, insightful and helpful. And for me, there are a few things that I couldn't glean from the report that I was hoping for. And it's mostly around small scale developers and what they're up to or not up to. So my first question, the total occupancy permits issued to date, how many can be attributed specifically to small scale projects of 5 units or less? And I understand that this might be very difficult to answer. So as a percentage, a rough guess? I'm open to any answer, including Councillor French. I cannot answer that question.
Thank you through the chair. I will not have that information easily accessible at this time. I'd have to pull up the permits.
Okay. And I'm curious to know if there are any builders that are constructing homes now using the designs that were made available by the district for use by local builders.
Thank you through the chair. To my knowledge, not yet. We've also, the district has partnered with CMHC to include their design catalog as well. My understanding is they're quite difficult to right size given the range of sizes of our lots within the district and various regulations. That being said, they have created some dialogue with builders about what is possible. So there has been a benefit from the dialogue, but we haven't actually seen the designs used.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Ms. Fletcher, there's a couple of acronyms used in the report and for members of the public too, including myself. I wonder if you might be able to help us out on them. PDF grant.
Thank you through the chair. That's the pre-development fund grant that was issued.
Pre-development fund
Pre-development
grant.
funding, yes.
Thank you. And yes, that isn't triggered in the text. I tried to find it. In the attachment 1 building permit data update is a table, commercial TIs, TI at the bottom of table 3.
Thank you through the chair. That's a tenant improvement.
Tenant improvement.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks. I just was intrigued by the response that our designs haven't been used yet, and that's in relation to some constraints around our zoning and so on. Is that something that we intend to address in some form with some tweaks to our zoning bylaw, or does it imply issues there, or that the designs would need some more work, and that's something that we would be following up on?
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, it's not so much the zoning, but more constraints through the flood hazard level and or lot sizes. Lot sizes in some other municipalities are more consistent, whereas here they do vary in terms of size and shape, and therefore that has provided a constraint, but not something that necessarily a standardized design could address.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if so, maybe it's not like a provincial standard design that would work, but is there a municipal standard design that we might contemplate, or it's really the flood hazard locally means every lot is so unique you can't have a standard design here?
Through the chair, I don't know that it means either of those things. The accessory dwelling unit contest and the multi-unit contest that the district ran, both were specific to address as many of the district's zoning constraints as possible. The building department did pre-review them at a high level to make sure that they were compliant with the zoning. Again, we're based on conversations. This is what we've heard from the builders. We haven't done more research into that. I think there'd likely be more difficulty with the federal design standards. There's also, of course, the province has also provided design standards. I think that the regulatory environment within which we exist is so different than when design were first put out in the 70s and 80s. They were much easier to implement, but now we do live in a more complex regulatory environment. So it is just not as straightforward to do a standardized design.
Thank you for that. It leads into one of the questions that I had around the housing action plan more broadly, and the initiative and milestone tracker is really helpful from a project implementation perspective. But I'm really curious about how we start to think around measuring and tracking the impact and outcome of that work. So what it is that we're trying to do with this grant is to actually deliver homes for our community. One of the questions that I had was whether the ADU design has been used, if we've received any applications. I think that there's some other components in the milestones that I see that could be delivering like outcome-based results. And I'm just wondering if we're tracking those, and if so, how we're doing it.
Thank you. It's a really good question, and something that we've been putting some thought towards, having just wrapped up the majority of the initiatives. We've started the conversation on how we will track over time. Given the current market conditions, we anticipate that the period to measure will be longer than, for example, over the next year, it will likely be 5 years to sort of put in those trackers. And more broadly with our official community plan policies, we started that conversation on how to measure and track outcomes on a broader basis. So that's work that we anticipate to move forward in 2027, 2028.
Thank you for that. Attached to that, you mentioned that we were successful in getting our third installment of the grant, which is very encouraging to hear. But I am curious if we have a chance to break down kind of the Housing Accelerator Fund budget, both the grant monies received, expenditures to date, and looking forward in the final years. It's a pretty substantial amount of money, and appreciate that a lot of work has gone into it. We've added some capacity. And I'm just also curious how we reorient that money so that we're actually delivering houses, and what that might look like.
Thank you for that. As I'm not the budget manager for this portfolio specifically, I'd have to defer a more broader conversation on that to a future date. However, currently funding is there's annually $500,000 that goes to the Squamish Housing Society, as well as some additional grants, as well as some staffing costs. Beyond that, I would defer that to a future conversation.
Okay, thanks for that context. I have one more before I go back around the table, which is around some of the pre-development funding money. And we may not have the answer to this here today, but it was my understanding that some of that PDF money was potentially going to go towards supporting moving utilities at the 3900 Government Road project. A good portion of that project has now been suspended with the CHF funding being suspended. And so I'm just curious if is that a conversation that comes back to council in terms of where that money goes, or how do we do that?
Through the chair, yes, that's a conversation that'll be coming back to council in the future as that gets looked at.
Great, thank you. Council, further questions? I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. Through the chair, I just want to make sure I wrap up. There's lots of different grants, lots of different orders, and I just want to make sure I understand clearly where we're at. So starting with the half funding, the half grant, it looks like we're falling short of our half targets by about 720 units right now, cumulative target right now. We have received our third of 4 installments of that grant. So the potential consequence of not meeting that not meeting the half target of the 720 cumulative plus whatever comes next year is potentially not getting the 4th installment of 1.7 million. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I would note that our cumulative shortfall to date is 286 units. So our cumulative target for 2025 was 720, and we are 286 short, and then our cumulative target for 2026 will be 890 units, and we will likely fall short of that given what's currently in the pipeline, and that may impact our funding next year. Our understanding is that the 4th year in the original agreement depended largely on meeting those permit targets, but of course we'll see what happens.
Great, thank you, and thanks for the correction. Yes, mixing up the target and the shortfall. Yeah, so okay, and I can do the math on seeing how much it would be worth to get that grant money to push through 286 plus whatever would be needed next year. Anyways, and regarding the housing target order, we appear to be on track. Shortfall of 7 units, which we were expecting to make up. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We are only 7 units short of the 1st year order target.
Great. Thanks very much.
I saw Councillor Pettingill's hand.
Yeah, just and maybe I'll put this out to my colleagues. My first question, just wrestling with the idea that the designs haven't been used yet, and wondering, is this something there's a lesson here, and how much did that lesson cost us, or is there a couple tweaks we should be doing? I mean, intuitively, this concept makes a lot of sense. Even if we can't use the federal designs, that there would be some local designs that you could just take and go. So, I know we've got a lot of things on our plate, but for me, that's a piece I'd be interested in understanding a little bit better about, if there's something more to resource or focus on there. Just going to the building permit data in attachment 1, in my mind, rezoning is much more subjective, and I can understand there'd be a lot of back and forth and applications. We talk sometimes about applications not being complete, and that's why processes take a long time. This is building permit, which in my mind is at the other end of the spectrum, which I'd been thinking is probably quite objective. And I would expect, by the time you're at building permit, I would assume you're getting applications that are very complete and so on. So I'm just trying to understand, am I misunderstanding a piece of this, or what contributes to the application to approval timelines in a building permit that I may not be understanding?
Thank you. Through the chair. Building permit applications, just to begin, are not always complete. And that is a large reason why permit times will often lag. I think that in reviewing the building permit data, it's important to note that it's not a great measure of progress, in that there are multiple revisions with the applicant. Often the building permit within that data for those permits might be the same project, and that project might have a hard time getting their consultants to provide data that meets our bylaws. So there's several reasons why a building permit might lag. And while it is objective, it still requires the applicant to be organized, apply for the servicing agreement at the same time, ensure they get all the permits across multiple boards, and have those all coordinated. And that certainly is often why permits will lag, is that they might not have the maturity or experience to navigate that process. In order to get ahead of that, we have been encouraging applications that don't require a planning precursor application to still come in for a pre-application meeting, so we can go through the timelines with them and help them navigate the process. But certainly there are still hiccups.
So again, my understanding is that to get to a building permit, you would have gone through the development permit process. And in my mind, having gone through that process, you would have a much better sense of what you might be in for in building permit. And so I would expect, the sort of the learnings and the incomplete applications and so on to happen a lot more in the development permit process, and then the building permit process, therefore, to be a fair bit tighter. It seems that's not the case. Is it just, no, they're just so completely different processes that, the development permit process isn't instructive in the building permit process? Or can you help me understand the...
Through the chair, I'd first like to clarify that not all building permits have a precursor planning applications. Development permits are only applied to buildings that are 5 or more units. There is no development permit application for those below 5. That being said, even with larger projects where there is a rezoning and a development permit, often the application for a servicing agreement will come long after the building permit, and then those will need to be coordinated. Often reports might not meet the bylaw expectations. There are several reasons why an applicant might not complete a complete application at building permit that may have had a precursor application. It's really individual dependent.
Thank you for that. I saw Mayor Herford's hand, who had a reply to your first question around.
Yeah, just to Councillor Penningo, on the point of the sort of those pre-approved or suggested design work, I think I was also disappointed to hear that there wasn't, those weren't actioned yet. However, I think that reflecting on that project, I think there were other goals there that are still worthwhile, which was to highlight to the development community what the regs are and to put their mind to it. Also to vision for the community what could be possible at their, on their site. And maybe if that design isn't, then something quite a bit like that could be applicable. So I just want to caution that the overall project, yes, I would have liked to have seen these sort of more standardized designs go, but I think there were other pieces along the way that I have seen sort of be impactful. But I just wanted to highlight that piece because I think it is I really liked that that project, but I think ultimately the goals that we did achieve there were maybe, 4 out of the 5 categories of things that it was meant to impact. But I just wanted to highlight that other measures there that I think are actually worthwhile.
Thank you for that. Council, any other questions? I have a few more. In the Housing Target Order Report, Section 3, the last section of the table has a breakdown of unit by rental affordability, and the total number of units, market and below market, totals 153, but we only actually delivered 54 rental units total. And so I was just curious if we're meant to be reporting on all tenure types or just rental in that category.
Thank you to the chair. Based on the information that has been provided to us, the table is correct, and we should be reporting on all tenure types for the market portion.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, the reporting period for this, so it's the first 6 months of the housing target order, but is it a full year of reporting or is it just in the 6 months? And then how do we readjust that going forward?
Thank you through the chair. Good question. So the permits we're reporting on over the last 6 months, they've also asked for initiatives over the last 12 months, which is challenging. And then at the annual target, it will include the permits to the 6 months, including, and then an additional 6 months, but for the last 12 months of projects, which will then adjust.
And is our next reporting period in 6 months or is it in a year from now?
Through the chair, it's in 6 months.
So kind of them. Okay, and then I did have a question about the building permit data in Appendix 1. And I was just curious if we have any insight on what is happening in the duplex and multiplex applications, because those actually have really low rates of getting to approval. Like 50% for duplexes, 31% for multiplexes. And this feels like an area where we've really actually encouraged kind of removing development permits. And it's a form of housing that we've tried to support. And I'm just curious if we have any insight as to why our approval rates are so low.
Thank you to the chair. So again, this sort of speaks to where permit data, it's a small sample size. There are so many reasons why every permit takes a different amount of time. With multiplexes, 4 of those permits is the same project. There's been challenges getting some of the reports to meet our standards. Often we'll have an application where they might have missed one of the zoning metrics and they'll need to revise that as well. For some of the duplexes, we have not heard back from the applicants in a few months, and so those permits are veering on expiry. So it is, when we look at the permits in the queue, often with the applicant, why they are taking longer, less so about them getting on the desk of a plan checker. And as you can imagine, with the number of permits that we're processing, once you need a revision from the applicant and it comes back, then it's at the bottom of the pile of all the other permits that you're then reviewing. So they're quite efficient, but every time that you do need to make a revision, it does add significant time to your review period.
I've also heard some feedback from the development community and especially small scale developers that actually the cost of the servicing for especially like triplexes makes it near impossible to pencil out. I'm curious if we have any sense if that is ground truth in our experience on the other side of the conversation.
Thank you. That's a really good question. I know servicing agreements for small scale developers are often a new item. We haven't traditionally done those for single unit dwellings. And now a lot of these small scale developers are moving into larger projects. So there is a learning curve there for sure. And I do believe that there is often, depending on where you are, more expenses associated with putting in more units where we would have traditionally only put in one. It's something that I believe is being addressed through the subdivision development control bylaw update. But in certain situations, it will be just more expensive to service more units on a lot, whereas before it would have been fewer.
Okay, thanks for that. Council, any further questions? My previous question around the budget for the Squamish Housing Action Plan. I'm assuming that a motion to bring that back to a future committee discussion would be warranted. Yes. Okay. All right. I see some nods around the room. So council, there's a staff recommendation before you. If anybody wants to move that or something different. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Mayor Herford. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'll reemphasize a point from my questioning, and this is clearly a lot of work. And in going through it this weekend, I found it to be well laid out and comprehensive and easy to follow. And in putting this motion on the floor today, I just wanted to indicate that in future, I'd like to see reporting include a breakdown showing how many units are being delivered through small scale development projects of 5 units or less. And I think 5 units is a good divide line, maybe 4 is. And I see that as an important barometer for the community. If we aren't able to advance duplex, triplex, and other plex projects that are on that smaller scale, I look at that as a failure to deliver gentle density to the single family neighborhoods that are outside of the downtown that have dominated our community development dating back to the 1960s. I see that type of infill development as important in moving forward in achieving our housing targets. And one of the reasons for that is it is so different from the large scale apartment type living that we're seeing a lot of. And also townhouse developments that we're also getting pretty good uptake on. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. Mayor Herford, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to support the motion and all the steps of the work that we've all done to date. It is a bit, frustrating to see that we're not hitting the targets that we know our community needs from a supply perspective, and 2, that we're being measured against on things we have very little control over. I'm confident we've taken, I'd say, reasonable steps, if not every step within our control, to strive towards these goals. So along with staff's, of course, professional guidance along the way. So just I guess that's maybe a foreshadowing of potential conversations upcoming with our senior orders of government as we all ideally work together in a collaborative way to address the needs of our community and housing availability and affordability going forward. Thank you.
Are there comments around the council table? Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks very much for the report. I found the report and the numbers actually quite positive. I mean, we are meeting or expected to meet the housing target order numbers, and yet we are falling short of the Housing Accelerator Fund numbers that were predicted. I would call those pretty stretched numbers for us. And in the current market conditions, which is largely out of our control, to have come even as close as we have to the Housing Accelerator Fund targets, I think is pretty impressive. So I think that we are working quite hard to develop the housing, to build the housing, or to permit the housing that our community needs. And so I hope our federal and provincial partners see that we're doing that. Thanks.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. A lot of really useful information in this report. I appreciate having all the different grants and legislation, everything being pulled together into one report. It's quite helpful to give an overview. I think we are doing a lot. I think in the future, it would be helpful to have a bit of reflection on where things may not be working, where we need to follow up a little more. Like, for example, the standardized designs, it hasn't had the expected outcome. and just some clarity on, do we think that's an issue? Do we think we should be doing some follow-up here or not? And just some, maybe a bit of even narrative sort of commentary on how we might assess that. I feel, and it maybe come up later today, there is this pressure right now, I feel, of if you're not hitting your targets, it's up to you to reduce DCCs and so on, and let's keep the speculators and banks whole in all of this. And I don't think that's our interest. So I appreciate having a lot of the information in here because it's going to be important when we talk to those upper levels of government. But I think that is an important piece to keep mindful of, where I think some other groups maybe have some room to contribute that I'm not seeing yet. But I really appreciate what staff has done here. Thank you.
Not seeing any other hands. I will also be supporting the motion on the floor to receive the report for both the community planning and development report, as well as the first housing target order progress report. Undoubtedly, there's a huge amount of work that is included in aligning both the components required by the province as well as our application to CMHC for the Housing Accelerator Fund. And I think our staff have done an excellent job in dovetailing those two pieces of work and really using federal grant money to support the requirements that the province made us do in an effective and an efficient way. As folks have mentioned, we are meeting the housing target order at least fairly closely, just off by 7 units. But we are off from our Housing Accelerator Fund numbers. And I think more importantly, we're actually really far off from the 2023 Housing Needs Report. And that was the one that really demonstrated just how much housing our community needs. We are one of the few communities whose rental vacancy rate continues to decrease. Whereas in Metro Van, we're seeing an increase in rental vacancy. We're down to around 0.2% in Squamish. And so while the market is softening, upper orders of government are pulling away from funding really important work like affordable housing, we still need this housing more than ever for our community. And I think that continues to be the tension point. Our staff have gotten creative in how we support the delivery of housing. I really encourage us to continue to think about how we move from just measuring completeness of milestones into actually progress on the ground. And as complex as that is, we're going into an area where global, definitely national, if not global forces have an impact on our housing. There's so many factors that go into this, but we do really need to start to recognize and measure where we can have impact. And so that's everything from being able to see building permit numbers and approval rates and how long it's taking for our development process back and forth, and how we can reorient our processes to be more efficient, both for our staff as well as for the community who's trying to build houses. I also do think it is important. I'm really encouraged to hear that we got our third installment of the Housing Accelerator Fund. I do think that that was potentially at risk without being able to meet the target orders or the targets to date. But I do think it warrants a little bit of a review and consideration of how we want to spend out the rest of that money, especially given the shifts at the provincial and federal level in terms of spending for affordable housing. So I will have a follow-up motion to bring that back for consideration and council deliberation. But that's my comments for now, and then I'll go back to Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to add, and try and do it gingerly to not introduce a separate debate, but I think it is. I appreciate our own housing needs numbers. We are falling short, want to meet those. The current rental vacancy number, I'm having some trouble interpreting that. We know that major industrial projects have significant short-term impacts on community housing. And we have a major project here, which quite frankly hasn't listened to what the community said was a concern and what needs to be done in terms of housing. And part of our current situation may be that. And so I'm trying to separate in my mind, but I don't really have clear evidence of like how much of this is that project, and some of that will be relieved when the project goes away versus we would be in this situation regardless. And I think there is some significant impact there, but it's hard to separate that out.
Happy to debate that with you at another point, but for now, I will call the question on the motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'll also move that the Housing Accelerator Fund budget be brought back to a future committee of the whole for council discussion in advance of the spring budget amendment. If it's seconded, I'll speak to it. Second by Councillor Hamilton. So further to my previous comments, I do think it's important that we revisit both how this grant money has been spent to date and then how we want to position ourselves to move this money going forward in order to maximize the amount of housing that can be built in our community, and especially affordable housing. I did put a timeline on this, and I didn't actually check in with staff around bringing it back before the spring budget amendment, but I do think it is time sensitive given the number of projects that are ongoing. And if we do want to reorient some of that money, I think it would require to be incorporated in the spring budget amendment. So that's why that timeline is there. If I, after the fact, see some concerns from staff, then maybe we can reorient if need be, but there's a motion on the floor.
Just if possible, just clarity from staff. Sometimes we've approved a funding envelope, and then what happens inside of that, is the piece that we can debate, and other times it needs to be explicitly tied to. Just which category does this fall in? And I want to make sure that we're not. I support the overall initiative, but I'm just curious about that time piece. Is that something that would need to be included there, or is it something that exists in its own timeline?
Thank you through the chair. I will try to preliminarily answer this, but there's some of the funds for this year are allocated to. Some are not yet allocated. I do believe there is a spring amendment associated with this coming forward, so it might be an appropriate time. But again, as not the budget manager, I think we really have to defer to a future conversation.
Okay, just briefly, I'm supporting the motion. I think my only concern was just around the timeline. But if this motion is the mechanism that provides clarity around the timeline, then that in and of itself is useful. But we'll deal with this matter when it comes back. It is quite an important piece, and I think also our experience with this, sort of those two projects and the complexity associated with it, is just scraping the sort of the tip of the iceberg around the complexities of development. And this piece, I think, is a crucial piece of those learnings as well. So I'm happy to support and look forward to that conversation.
Great. Thank you very much. Any further comments from council? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And council, we will take a 15-minute break and come back at 5 after 12. Thank you very much. We are back online. We just took a short break. We are back in committee of the whole for Tuesday, March 24th, and we are now on item 3.2 on our agenda, which is the zoning bylaw update and a discussion around co-living regulation. I'll pass it to Ms. Hay for our presentation and then a discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Robyn Hay, planner with the Community Planning Department. I will be joined shortly by Jessie, Fletcher, Manager of Current Planning. Today's presentation introduces a proposed co-living framework within the zoning bylaw. This meeting provides an opportunity for Council to review the proposed approach and provide direction prior to bylaw drafting. Throughout the presentation, I will highlight where Council direction is requested. Co-living is an emerging housing form in Squamish, where individuals rent private sleeping units, often with ensuite bathrooms, while sharing common kitchen, dining, and living spaces. Currently, co-living is not defined in the zoning bylaw and is typically treated as a single unit dwelling. In March of last year, Council received a delegation requesting regulations around co-living. At that time, Council passed the motion asking staff to bring forward definitions in a future zoning bylaw amendment. Staff are proposing a regulatory approach built around 3 components and are seeking Council feedback on them. Number 1, defining the use. Number 2, identifying where co-living should be permitted. Number 3, establishing conditions of use. Staff are looking for feedback on the proposed definition of co-living, as shown on this slide here. A form of long-term residential accommodation in which multiple individuals reside in private sleeping units. Residents share common kitchen, dining, living, and amenity spaces. Occupancy is intended for continuous residential use for periods of not less than 90 days. And the building is designed such that private sleeping units comprise the majority of the residential floor area. This definition distinguishes co-living from a conventional dwelling unit. Staff proposed the following definition for private sleeping unit. 1 or more self-contained rooms used for sleeping and living purposes. A private sleeping unit may include sanitary facilities, but does not include a kitchen sink or cooking facilities. This definition ensures that individual sleeping units do not function as self-contained dwelling units. Staff welcomes Council's feedback on where co-living should be permitted. Staff are recommending that co-living be permitted in the residential 1, 4, and 5 zones, because these zones are not subject to hazard-related conditional densification policies outlined in the OCP. Staff are proposing 7 conditions of use and are seeking Council's feedback on them. These conditions were informed by existing co-living developments in Squamish, input from other district departments, and practices used by other municipalities. So condition number 1, a maximum of 6 private sleeping units permitted per dwelling. Condition number 2, shared internal common amenity space to be provided at a minimum rate of 5 square meters per sleeping unit. Condition 3, parking requirements. A minimum of 1 off-street space per 2 sleeping units and a maximum of 1 off-street parking space per sleeping unit. Condition number 4, bicycle parking. 1 Class A bicycle parking space per private sleeping unit. Condition 5, A common waste storage area with dimensions consistent with the bylaw requirements for small-scale multi-dwelling. Condition 6, in terms of the number of co-living units per lot, currently there's no proposed cap beyond what is permitted under the zone, which is 4 dwelling units per lot, with the potential for an accessory dwelling unit or secondary suite. And lastly, condition 7, requiring a business license. Moving on to infrastructure considerations. For the purpose of calculating development cost charges and amenity cost charges, these would be applied to each additional co-living unit or dwelling unit. And servicing agreements would be required for co-living developments to ensure infrastructure capacity is assessed and upgraded where necessary. Public notification for this project has been shared on the district's Let's Talk platform. And following this committee meeting, staff will gather community feedback via a public survey. Now turning to the staff recommendation. It is recommended that the committee provide feedback on the proposed framework, including definitions, permitted zones, and condition of use, and direct staff to prepare zoning bylaw amendments for council's consideration. Thank you, and at that time, I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. We'll start with Mayor Herford.
Thank you so much for your work on this. My question is, to me, when I read the sort of the definition, which is in my mind sort of the foundation for this work, like what is it that we're talking about here? It reads very much like a large house with lots of bedrooms. So is it to make sure that we're exclusively regulating this use? Is it that percentage of square footage used for the sleeping quarters? Is that the measure that is to ensure that we're regulating like this exact use versus a a home with lots of bedrooms, that we're now limiting the number of bedrooms on a property? That's sort of my concern, is that we're honing in on the right thing. Is that the control, the percentage of the space?
Yes, through the chair, that's exactly right. We looked at a few existing single unit dwellings, and we calculated the floor area of those dwelling units in terms of what percentage is allocated to bedrooms versus common space. And then we looked at the examples of these co-living units that we're seeing emerge in Squamish. And there's 2 examples that we could pull from that have been constructed and that are operating in this type of model. And we calculated the floor area calculations there. And we found that the co-living units are primarily, the floor area is associated with the bedrooms, with the private sleeping units. So that is the key distinction between these 2.
Okay, thank you. In that calculation, are we, if each sleeping quarter, I'm trying to use the same language so for clarity, but includes a private washroom, is that included in the calculation of the square footage of the sleeping quarter, or are we talking, or is that somehow something separate from this? I'm just trying to really wrap my mind around this.
Through the chair, we included the ensuite bathrooms as part of the floor area for the sleeping unit. Yes.
So if I'm trying to think of actual changes, if a 6-bedroom house had 6 washrooms that were accessible from the hallway, not from the sleeping quarters, how would this apply to that scenario?
Through the chair, if the bathrooms were not accessible through the sleeping, living private space, then they would not be included in the sleeping unit floor area.
So then it would likely not trigger this regulation based on that. Have we looked at that? I'm just, the reason we're here, I think, is that some very smart folks and industrial folks looked at the existing regulations and found a way through to execute this, which I do agree has been working, but there's concerns in community. So I'm concerned that if we don't look at the sort of that specific with this, that we don't actually change the outcome, or we're not actually going to regulate it because they'll just change where the door is, and thus skirt all of the things we're trying to bring to bear here. So is that a specific thing, something that's been considered up to this point?
Through the chair, we did look at considering washrooms in the definition. Staff didn't go with that approach. Ultimately, the floor area calculations they're quite different. As in the report, it's noted for a single unit dwelling, common space is only about, or sorry, bedroom space is only about 25 to 30% of the floor area. When in these private and when in the co-living developments, it's more like 80%. So we do see quite a difference in terms of how these things are built, but we can certainly explore adding bathroom counts into the definition if that's the direction that council wants to take.
Yeah, thank you. I think my last point on this, I think, I don't know if it's bathroom counts, but I think some consideration of if just moving the door skirts this regulation, then we should tighten it up. If that's bathroom counts, that's bathroom counts. But I'm going to hazard some rough percentages that are from the hip, and I would look to either my council colleague who's welcome the feedback on, or staff as to the math. But just roughly, if 20% of this living space is that washroom, it can completely change that ratio that we just discussed and may skirt this regulation. And so I want us to make sure that we're alive to that as we're contemplating this. And I look forward to being corrected on the rough math, but it feels like it would get a lot closer to the 50% threshold we've been discussing here if those washroom facilities are somehow categorized differently.
I have Councillor French, then Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. And I'd like to focus on laundry. No mention in the report to council about laundry facilities, which I thought was maybe a little bit surprising. So I'll start with what is staff's knowledge of the existing facilities around laundry. Do we know clothing, washing machines and dryers in each unit? Do the existing units have shared laundry facilities, or maybe no facilities at all, and residents are outsourcing their laundry? Any insight into the existing condition?
Sorry, before staff answer that question, can I clarify what the intent is? Like, we don't regulate how many laundry rooms we put in a regular home, or sorry, a single or a multiplex. So I'm just curious what the intent is with the question of asking about laundry.
I've got more questions on the way that I think will make that clear.
Through the chair, I understand there might be a communal laundry facility in the existing developments, but I'd have to confirm that. But I can confirm there's no laundry units in the individual sleeping units.
Okay, right. So that's one of the things I was kind of looking for. The number of machines, which would impact energy use, nonetheless. And so now to Councillor Stoner's point of relevance, the definition makes reference to kitchen, dining, living, and amenity space. Could there be value in adding laundry space into the definition? Or, as Councillor Stoner points out, there's no reference to that in our residential. Am I trying to take us down a path that's not relevant.
I think the question is, do we regulate or do we have the ability to regulate laundry in residential zones?
Thank you through the chair. I'll step in here. We don't typically regulate laundry in any residential building, even in apartment buildings. Would be my answer.
I have a question on this. I do want to maybe build on it as well. Do these, in the few examples that we have, are they required to have water meters? So one thing that we're moving towards is universal water metering. We don't typically require single family homes to put in water meters, but this is a bit of a unique circumstance. So I'm curious if the requirement would be to install water meters.
Through the chair, through our servicing agreement, we would require water meters on these co-living developments.
Thank you. I saw Councillor Hamilton's hand on this, and then we'll go back to Councillor Pettingill unless Councillor French, you have further questions.
Thanks. This is regarding the regulation of laundry units versus regulation of kitchen units, or kitchen units. How do we regulate those? We can put it into our building bylaw, of course, but how do we see it, or how do we catch it? My assumption is we see when we go into a building inspection through the construction of the building that somebody's put a 220 volt plug where there's no need for a 220 volt plug unless you're putting a stove or a washing machine, and they've roughed in plumbing where there's no need to rough in plumbing of that size in that space. Is that our primary mechanism for actually checking what gets built?
Through the chair, yes, for the occupancy permit, there would be a check done at that time to confirm that what is shown on the plans matches what has been constructed.
Okay, so the core of it seems that there's no 220 volt plug capable of plugging in a washing machine, a dryer, basically, a stove, and no plumbing available. Maybe that's an easier way to regulate, but I'll leave it to staff's expertise because I'm sure there's different regulations. Yeah.
We have Councillor Pettingill next.
Yeah, I'm trying to frame it. It's a bit of something I'm trying to wrestle with, and this may be a criticism of council and our original motion rather than staff. So just sort of set that up ahead of time. But I'm struggling with what problem we're trying to solve here. Like, to my mind, I heard some community anxiety and maybe a hope, do we just disallow these in general, or there's specific components? I think parking has come up. I had anxiety depending on the form of this in terms of exploitation of the residents of these things. It's not clear though from what's proposed of exactly what we're addressing or what we're trying to address. And bundled in with that for me is what we're calling this. What is proposed here, I would actually call dormitory housing or SRO or something like that. This seems to be much more, and setting aside any connotations, that sort of, it's not about communal living so much. It's about a private bedroom and the minimum sort of bare necessities get by so that you can work locally. Like, that's sort of the structure of what's proposed between the common space and so on. And when I've spoken to some developers pitching me about co-living was like more multi-generational style living where, so you have some senior citizens living with some younger folks with kids, and they all help each other with chores and it's sort of, apparently it works in some places, and there's a much bigger common space. And so although you're not related, you're living as in a multifamily. It's not actually clear to me that needs or even is possible to have separate regulation. Like, maybe our regulations just allow that and there's nothing to do here. This seems to be what we're actually trying to do, is facilitate employment housing or dormitory housing, which maybe has value. I think it should be called that to have a better public discourse. But maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like, is that sort of an accurate read? This really seems what is proposed here is most applicable to, I think, or in my mind, dormitory housing. It would be really well suited to employers, that sort of thing. But it's not really co-living. And And then there's a whole other aspect of sometimes seniors. There is a seniors aspect where seniors would have their individual bedrooms and bathrooms, maybe a bit of supportive kitchen and shared kitchen stuff, which is maybe a third area. And again, I don't know if that requires regulation, but what exactly are we trying to do here?
So as the person who put the motion forward, I'm going to take that question. If staff want to add to it, they're welcome to. But I think that this is really a question of council, as you identified. And I wrestled with this too when the report came back. Not that the report isn't great. It just raised a lot of questions for me of like, what is the intention that we're trying to drive here? I think what we have seen in our community is that there is an evolution of a new type of housing. In some ways, you can read this new regulation in the definition as what is already happening, which is a large house that is being rented out by a lot of people and everybody has their own room and it's just a single family or a single unit dwelling. But there's multiple people who are living under one roof who are unrelated. They're not in a nuclear family. And then there's what has been deemed as or termed as co-living by, I think, the proponent themselves, with the examples that we have in Squamish, which I think I remember my language when I put the motion forward. It just feels like it skirted all the potential regulations. So it doesn't fall under the Rental Tenancy Act. It is bursting at the seams in terms of how we would define our zoning for a single unit home, or even a multiplex home. And if I just think like basic utilities and metering, it felt like it was out of step with how we would typically expect something like this to be regulated. And so that was my intent in bringing the motion forward. I think staff have done a deeper dive than I was even expecting them to put some thought around how we might regulate it and what aspects. But I do think this is a question that council needs to wrestle with of how far do we want to go to actually regulate this to balance just the fact that diverse forms of housing are needed in our community versus some of the potential implications that this has on neighboring properties and community. So I think that they're all valid questions. I have some thoughts of my own, but I think that is the dialogue that council needs to wrestle here with today. And I don't know if staff have anything further they want to add, not at this time. I'll go to Mayor Herford and then I have Councillor Hamilton on the list.
Thank you. And Councillor Pettingill, thank you for identifying that this is likely a question for council. From my perspective, the definition of what these are and then the subsequent regulations really just sort of codify what that definition is for me. I wanted to make sure that we arrived at an intentional space of where these were allowed or not, rather than accepting that they have found a way to work inside of our regulations. So I'm looking at this as not looking to, with the examples that we have in community, I think they've been broadly successful. And I'm not looking to really restrict from there, but to give community comfort that we've contemplated these sort of pieces that are remaining, and likely these pieces that are in the staff report to me are those pieces that are questions that we did hear from community when there was concern around one of these being constructed in a new space. So for me, that's sort of where I'm trying to balance that piece of what's a reasonable limit to put on this and to take those lessons learned. And I think that our day today is broadly about housing affordability and this category of things. We talk about diversity of housing forms. I think that we do have a lot of folks that are living, with roommates in homes that weren't ever built to really support success of that. And I think this is a really interesting use, and is not likely a solution for everybody, for the people that it is. I think it's an interesting option as we work to diversify our housing supply. So that's broadly where I am on this, and it's about being intentional and explicit that it is an allowed use inside of whatever regulation we decide to put on around this table. But that was my intent, and I feel that generally aligns with what I heard from Councillor Pettingill, or sorry, Councillor Stoner.
Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Pettingill, before I go to Councillor Hamilton?
Well, just maybe a commentary on where I am in this, if I can respond. So I think, having read through this, and I appreciate it, I think I'm of the perspective right now, and sort of maybe a misunderstanding, but my understanding of what we can and can't regulate is that in my mind, there's co-living, which is it's a group of people, whether or not they're related, living together as a family, and a larger proportion of shared space and a lot of sharing of errands and duties and so on. And I believe our current regulations facilitate that. And so I don't actually know there's anything to do there. What's here in my mind is I would call it employment housing, dormitory housing, something along that line, which has a much reduced shared space. It's a different thing, not necessarily a negative thing. And so in my mind, I feel more comfortable, and maybe there is a reason. I want a little more clarity of the value of regulating it, but let's call it dormitory housing or something similar and understand the structure around that. And I'm worried about things like, pardon me, exploitation of workers, workforce, and so on, just making sure we've given that some thought. And then I feel sort of more comfortable in that context with this bylaw. But in terms of just what I would say is co-living, I think we maybe actually have that covered already.
So I do see staff want to respond. I was going to add a question around, there's some remarks in the staff report around the differentiation between how co-housing and co-living, which is maybe a bit of a confusing factor, but maybe you can speak to that. And then also I'm curious how, if we know off the top of our heads, the language in the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan that speaks to co-living, how that might integrate into this kind of differentiation here.
To the chair, thank you for the question. So what we see in other municipalities is a term, rooming, housing, lodging, rooming, lodging, and boarding. Those are all kind of common terms that are used. What we're proposing is co-living. It could be substituted for any term that council wishes. It's more about how it's defined than what we call it or what we label it. Staff has just chosen co-living because this is kind of how it's being marketed in our community, and it's a more, I'd say, modern term.
Through the chair, if I can add to that, what we did find is when we did get feedback on previous iterations of this, they were often referred to as SROs, for example, and the concern was around an SRO, as you might see it characteristically in Vancouver, for example, where there are a lot of negative feedback coming around from that form of housing. There is a difference between co-housing and co-living. Co-housing, more of that shared amenity space, intentional redevelopment strata units, typically shared space, whereas co-living is, we would consider that a lighter version of that word, is rental and dominated by tenancies. And if I can speak to the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan, that plan speaks specifically to co-housing. So again, that's where a group of people would come in and apply to generally construct a building, and the units would be stratified and they would have shared arrangements amongst them. We don't have anything within our zoning that would prevent that. They would need to go through a zoning process typically, or a development permit, and navigate our process that way.
Thank you for that clarification. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton next.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that my first question is actually right at starting where you're ending off. So if I were to take co-living versus co-housing as we are defining it, the core difference is rental versus ownership. Is that a fair assessment?
To the chair, I think a core difference is co-housing is dwelling units with shared common area. Co-living is private sleeping units with shared area. So they share a kitchen. So the distinction is the dwelling unit factor.
Through the chair, I would add, in the co-housing that we've reviewed, typically they are ownership. There are mechanisms within that ownership model that would allow for some rental, but they are stratified dwelling units with a shared amenity space.
Okay, because I see us being able to clarify what's allowed and what's not allowed, and this is a comment for council, our ability to clarify what's allowed and not allowed, I think, is going to significantly increase people's ability to get on that first rung of the housing continuum, either lower cost place to rent or potentially a lower cost place to purchase if it's the ownership model, which is slightly different from co-housing. Anyways, so that's my thinking there, but okay, great. My second question is on, I'll go to ACCs and DCCs. So each unit is expected to contribute ACCs and DCCs. Will we have to update our ACC DCC bylaw to include a component for that? Because we don't have sort of a single dwelling unit within a co-living. I think the smallest we go, I don't know, what's the smallest piece we have in our ACC bylaw?
Through the chair, the smallest piece is dwelling unit, so based on dwelling unit, and that's what would apply here. So we're not, staff's not proposing to update the ACC and DCC bylaw to include sleeping units. So it's charged per dwelling unit.
So can you remind me what the ACC and DCC is done by dwelling unit as well, right?
That's right.
Can you remind me approximately what the ACC and DCC rates are for a dwelling unit?
We can give staff a timeout at the end and come back with that
Yeah,
information.
so it would be 6 times that.
No, through the chair. I think the rate is around $3,000, give or take, per dwelling unit. So if there was a duplex being constructed with 6 sleeping units in both, you'd only be charged for the additional $3,000.
Definition of dwelling unit is the piece I'm missing, yeah.
Through the chair, the amenity cost charge bylaw charges for a single detached 18,000 per dwelling unit, and a low density residential small lot would be 14,000 per unit.
And so the ACC charge in this case would be 18,000 for all 6 sleeping units.
Through the chair, that is correct. But we are also proposing to require servicing agreements for these types of developments. So any upgrades would be reviewed and assessed on a case-by-case basis and charged through the servicing agreement.
Great, thanks very much. I think that was my misunderstanding of dwelling versus a room. My next question is on, and I know DCCs will be proportionally higher, yeah.
Through the chair, just to qualify, and apologies, my reading funny here, but it would be between $28,000 and $37,000 per additional dwelling unit above the base density for new.
Dwelling unit above the base tenancy. Now another definition I need to wrap my head around. Sorry. Okay. I think I understand. My next question is on parking and common space. So let's take a typical 6 units. That would require 3 parking spaces. And so that would occupy about 30 square meters. 45 square meters of parking, assuming a parking space is about 15 square meters. You guys know I love the common space requirement, and this is maybe more of a comment to council, but the common space requirement would be 30 square meters. So under the current suggestion, with 1 parking space per 2 units, per 2 rooms, we would be requiring by law 50% more parking than common space. 50% more of the space allocated for people to park their cars than to live in. I'll just leave council to ponder that, as I will likely be. No, let me ask a question of staff. Staff, why do we put a parking minimum requirement in our zoning bylaw? There we go.
Through the chair, great question. Typically municipalities historically have required parking to go along with new buildings. It's typically a neighborhood concern. Without broader policy direction to eliminate all parking requirements, we would continue to put a minimum in there to satisfy generally policy direction and community concerns.
Perfect. Thanks.
I saw Councillor Pettingill's hand. I have a few questions in my O's, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Pettingill. Oh, and I had, yeah, Mayor Herford as well. Where to begin? I am curious about the proposed measurement for shared internal amenity space. I think I see the rationale for it, but I'm also kind of like challenged where if you were to build a rooming house with 3 bedrooms and you would just have 15 square meters of amenity space as opposed to the 30 if it was a max 6. So just actually I'm curious if there's like a minimum number of square meters that would be that we would typically require to make the space livable as opposed to dictating the ratio to the sleeping units. That felt like an odd approach to me.
Yeah, through the chair, that's something that staff can certainly look at and come back with information on that. This approach was arrived by looking at the few examples that we have and kind of doing a calculation based on averaging in comparison to the sleeping units, but we can certainly look at some different measures.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. I was just trying to wrap my head around like the best approach there and appreciate the like back calculation component. I think it's a rational way to go about it. My other question was around the number of co-living units per lot. And staff are proposing so like a sleeping unit cap of 6 per unit, but not necessarily a limit on the number of co-living units per lot. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around where the intersection is here between like the number of units, our zoning bylaw in terms of like lot coverage, floor area ratio, and the sleeping units and how those intersect. So as I read it, like R1, R4, and R5 zones, multiple dwelling residential is permitted with up to 4 dwelling units per lot. But typically our floor area ratio setbacks would mean that that's not 6 bedrooms in each of those 4 dwelling units, unless you had a really, really large lot. So I'm just trying to think about like basically how it comes down to density, really, like how many folks are we enabling on one site, and do our setbacks and our floor area ratios still apply in this scenario so that we don't have somebody trying to squeeze on 4 units with 6 bedrooms each onto a single family lot. We're using old terminology, sorry.
Yeah, certainly. So all of the setback and density height provisions would apply to these types of developments. And we're certainly open to hear from council for feedback in terms of how many might be acceptable per lot. So welcome to take that feedback.
Through the chair, if I may add, however, one of the things we really struggled with when approaching this project is regulating the number of people who can live within a building. It's something that is sort of outside what zoning should do. In our opinion, it's a bit discriminatory. And so in theory, you could have a 4-plex, and within those 4 units, you could have 10 people living in a normal situation. So as the approach is, if they can meet the subdivision development control bylaw, the servicing is there, which would evaluate the number of sleeping units. If they can meet the other regulations for amenity space and parking and other demands, it isn't necessarily needed to then regulate the number of units, because you wouldn't regulate the number of people living in a multiplex either. So it was more if they can meet these other things, and with the controls in the subdivision development control bylaw through the servicing agreement, we think it would capture the biggest strain on the system that this type of housing might add.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. And fully appreciate that. And I'm also just trying to like balance where it makes sense to add that regulation and where are we like actually falling really out of step from what our existing regulation does with respect to multiplex duplexes, which we have a lot of regulation already. Okay, I'll go to Mayor Herford, then Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back. I think actually in that last sort of line of questioning in the replies, we sort of touched on this, but I wanted to be explicit about it. Some of the regulations that were in the example regulations in the staff report were about that, like about who and how many are physically in a space. And could staff go through the sort of the rationale broadly, I guess, on this project, but also holds it throughout our zoning bylaw around regulating that built space versus what happens inside of, and just the complexities of doing that? Should council want to consider taking that path?
Through the chair, I think I understand what you might be getting at. So like, from a zoning perspective, we can only regulate the use of the land. So we cannot regulate the user or the relationship between the occupants. So we can regulate things such as built form, number of parking stalls, the setbacks, number of bedrooms or sleeping units in this case. So we can't regulate who the building is built for, the end user.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. That aligns with my understanding. So sometimes I just wanted to surface that. And I think one of the challenging pieces of the report was other examples where they've chosen a different path, and whether they have what success they've had with that or what legal grounds they have for those regulations. I'll leave those to those own municipalities for that. And I had I think council all received a question around someone that had a suggestion around, and I think the answer is likely the same, but around regulating the number of vehicles that folks could have. Like if the site support has 6 parking spots, then in total, it's just people that own 6 vehicles can live there. Do we have the ability to regulate that before we contemplate whether we should?
No, through the chair, we do not have that ability, but we do have the ability to put a maximum number of parking stalls on site.
And a minimum and a maximum of parking space.
Yeah.
Thank you for bridging. My last question in this round is, with what's proposed, and I appreciate Councillor Hamilton sort of starting us on contemplating what we're actually saying here. But how does what's proposed here, as far as a parking minimum and thus maximum, compare to what exists currently, as well as do they fit on the sites generally? Because I'm just want to make sure that we're striking a balance here, and it's not clear to me if this is the minimum requirement, if that's something that becomes onerous on these things, or would that be a departure from what we're seeing in community already in facilities like this?
To the chair, so when you say what exists, you're referring to the 2 constructed developments? Yeah, okay. So there are 2 constructed developments. One of them has 14 sleeping units and 6 parking stalls. And the other one has 12 sleeping units and 10 vehicle parking stalls.
Thank you for that. And I'll go to Councillor Pettingill, please. Oh, sorry, you had a follow-up?
Sorry, so the current ones would, I'm just trying to understand it. The current ones would meet this, be within this window that we're creating, or would this require an additional spot at one of the sites and one of the sites would fit? Sorry, I just want to make sure that I don't assume the wrong thing here.
Thank you through the chair. The existing developments are built and constructed. We would not be imposing new parking requirements on them. And then just for more context, for a single unit dwelling or a 2-unit dwelling, they do require 2 spaces per dwelling unit. So if a dwelling unit had 6 sleeping units and was a co-living unit, it would require 3 parking spaces. So 1 above the current minimum.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Am I correct in thinking in what's proposed, and maybe even what's allowed, but I think just what's proposed, there's no requirement in terms of outdoor shared space. It's just indoor common area?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And if we are drawing a distinction or a criteria based on the ratio of bedroom/bathrooms to common space, could we have a condition that for this form requires a housing agreement, which would then give us some control over rents?
Through the chair, I think we could do that. That's something that staff could explore. Yes, we could explore that option.
Okay, so I guess where I am again, to me, co-housing, co-living evokes, again, that sort of intergenerational thing, which I think is actually supported in our current bylaws. And so I would prefer something like a dormitory house, boarding house, or whatever for what we're talking about here, and people can find all sorts of creative ways of using things, but the 90% use case in my mind is seasonal workers, kids coming to Squamish for a few months and working for the summer or the year or whatever. And so maybe I'm wrong, but in my mind, that is going to be the typical use case for this form, I think. And so I would have concerns about exploitation. I think housing agreements might mitigate against that. Along those lines, I would sort of have an expectation of a parking space for a van or a bus or something. So it's drop off or extra sort of facilities for your workforce, expecting there's a multi-use. Like, I'm not inclined to build housing where the expectation is we're going to build a form that's going to bring a whole bunch of high vehicle demand. Like, if that's what we're doing, we're not doing the right thing here. So I think we have to find a system that works without a lot of vehicles. But yeah, for me, when there's a very little common space, high number of bedroom and bathrooms, this really seems like workforce, co-living, co-housing. I see value here, but in my mind, that is the thing that this is doing, and it should be structured around that. And that, I think, is different than something we have already.
Okay, thank you for that. We are getting into comments, it seems like, but I saw Councillor French's hand. Did you have another question?
I do, and it relates to the staff question around which zones. So I'm curious to know, did staff give thought to the multiple unit residential RM1 through 3 zones being included as permitted zones? And what about those zones had staff not recommending allowing this housing form in the RM zones where we see walkability is higher?
Through the chair, staff are recommending just the 1, 4, and 5 zones at this time as an incremental approach. We can, once the policy is in place, we can monitor and adapt as we need. But just as a starting point, this is what was presented. We can have a look at additional zones if that's the direction that council would like to go.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I had questions about the R2 and R3. I see the comment about it speaking to the limited densification zones. A lot of that's due to flood hazard mitigation. Can you explain how R2 and R3 zones, what are the differences between the R2 and R3 zones and the R1 and R4 and R5 zones that act to mitigate the flood hazards?
Thank you through the chair. And great question. So the R2 and R3 zones typically apply to Brackendale, where there's the flood risk for the secondary floodway and the Chikai debris flow risk. Part of the risk assessment in those areas is based on the number of people, but we use units to regulate that. So in so the R2 zone, for example, you can only have 2 units where Bill 44 might recommend 4, but because of the flood hazard. But again, that's based on population within the area and the amount of population that the community was comfortable exposing to risk, the integrated flood hazard management plan work that happened back in 2017. And so the thought here is that because these do facilitate more people than we might expect in a single unit or 2 unit dwelling in R2, for example, it wouldn't be appropriate to then put that in these zones because it would raise the risk profile by increasing the population intentionally.
Okay. This is an interesting gray area where we're managing actual people living in an area through our zoning, which is, I've got a head scratching my head on that. I recall during the discussion about the R2, R3 zoning and R4 zoning that there were setback requirements, lot coverage requirements that all come into play to help mitigate not the impact of the flood, but the actual transmission of the flood through the zone. And in my mind, that was an important piece of why R2 and R3 were required.
Thank you through the chair. If I can add some more clarity there. So particularly when it came to setbacks, that was to regulate the impact within the secondary floodways. That was within the R3 and R4 zones, where it was less so the population within that area because the overland secondary floodway risk was different. It's a different profile than it is in R4, R5, which is more dead built in parts of Valley Cliff, I think, if my brain is remembering correctly. Whereas the secondary floodway risk in the southwest of Brackendale is a different risk profile. So there are setbacks as well there, but the conveyance of floodwaters is less so the intention of those zones as it is in R4, R5, where the floodways are critical to maintain. And so that's where the lot coverage and the setbacks came into play, but less so with the number of people.
And so I think maybe I'll wrap this piece up with a conversation looking at, I was trying to look at where R2s, R3s, and R4s are. In Dentville, we've got, so Edgewater Crescent and Brothers Place is R4. And then just north and west of that are 2 R2 zones, which are sort of right along Edgewater Trail. Like on 2 sides of the road, we would have some allowed and some not allowed, all within the same flood zone effectively. Is that intentional or yeah?
Through the chair, that is intentional. If you go through the modeling, some areas along Edgewater have a much higher risk profile when it comes to flooding. Whereas if you get down to Edgewater Crescent and Brothers Place, it's only the secondary floodway which runs along the road, and that was done through the modeling. But that northern portion of Edgewater Crescent, the properties that are along the dike side have a much higher flood risk, and so they're in a different zoning to reflect that.
Okay, and that zoning was predominantly for setbacks and coverage, or for limiting the number of residents?
Through the chair for clarity, R2 and R3 limits the number of dwelling units, and whereas the R4 and R5 react to maintaining the secondary floodway, so more setbacks and lot coverage.
Okay, thanks.
I do recognize we are over time. I have one more question of clarity, and then we'll go around for a round of comments on the items that staff are seeking feedback on, so if council can be prepared. My question is around fire safety, which is something that I've heard from community around the design of these buildings. And I'm just curious if staff can speak to how we inspect where this falls on our general permitting with respect to fire safety of these sorts of units? Is it similar to a single unit dwelling? Are they inspected by fire? How do we manage that?
Through the chair, this would be reviewed at the building permit stage based on the BC Building Code and the fire bylaw. And then it would be inspected at occupancy, and also we'd be requiring, or staff have recommended requiring business licenses for these types of use. So that would be then inspected annually when the business licenses are renewed.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so council staff are seeking feedback today on a few specific points. So the proposed definition of co-living and private sleeping unit, the proposed zones in which co-living would be permitted, and the proposed conditions applicable to co-living use. So we'll start with a round of comments. Who would like to kick us off? We'll go with Mayor Herford first.
Just to the chair, just should I move the staff recommendation and then leave the feedback to comments, or are we trying to coalesce this into?
I would like to do a round of comments and just see if there's anything that is like really far apart, so that
and then
we can resolve
okay.
that before we put a motion on the floor.
All right, thank you. Broadly, I'm supportive of this work. It was quite eye-opening to sort of how many things this could how many things could be contemplated here. I think earlier in the discussion, I shared my concerns around just how we define this co-living. I like what's here and I feel the intent of it, but that piece around including the washroom facilities, and if this is just changing the door, you need to go out into the hallway and into the washroom, and then your own personal washroom, then you skirt all these things that we're trying to regulate for. I don't think that would meet the spirit of this. So I think some further work in there just to understand, to flesh that out a bit more. But broadly, I'm supportive of the definition. I think the parking piece, I share the concerns Councillor Hamilton has around how we talked about the amount of space we're allocating for vehicles, but there's also a cost associated with that. And however you want to, space costs money to create. So however you look at it, it is quite challenging. I do think that what's proposed actually strikes a fair balance for me. So I'm okay with both the minimum and the maximum that's proposed, and the zones also make good sense to me. So I'm actually quite supportive throughout this. To me, it's about how we really define those sleeping units and that washroom piece. That's the main piece for me. But as far as the zones go, that makes sense. And this is also something someone could aspire to rezone too, should they want to advance one of these projects and it end up being supportable on a site that isn't currently zoned for this. It does give a path for that. So happy to support that with that feedback.
Councillor French.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, council colleagues, for helping me sort out my laundry questions, making them make a little bit more sense for staff-related questions. I'm generally happy with the definitions that staff have brought us, and I don't have any suggestions or recommendations there. Proposed zones in which co-living would be permitted. I'd like to see this in more than just the residential zones. My thinking here is that this type of housing and living is fully appropriate for locations close to commercial areas. And so I'm thinking about walkability versus parking stalls. So an area like adjacent to and close to the Garibaldi Estates commercial area, I think is begging for this type of housing. So I'd like to see us look at more than just residential areas for the zoning. And when we look at our strategic plan, diverse housing forms is mentioned, and the type of housing in this discussion is somewhat rare in our community. So I'm keen to support the creation of more of this type of development, while also applying a bit more regulation, because it feels a little bit like the Wild Wild West at this point. So I'm definitely supportive of increasing our oversight and regulation. And there's one more here, proposed conditions applicable to co-living use. I'm happy with what I see in the report and the discussion today around that.
Councillor French, can I just seek some clarity when you say expanding beyond residential zones? Do you mean like into commercial and industrial zones, or do you like, can you clarify what you mean there?
Yeah, not industrial, but commercial, yes.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'll repeat a couple things to emphasize, but try not to repeat too much. I do think for me that the naming of this, given what we're talking about, is a bit of a deal breaker. I'd want to see this called dormitory or boarding or something. I think in terms of community discussion, it'll make for an understanding. Just make it clear. I think the co-living is more of a developer salesperson branding thing that I think confuses the issues here. I would wonder, in my mind, an aspect of this is workforce and affordability. I might go beyond 6 units per dwelling and maybe tie it to, so you can find economies of scale. So what is the right size per lot? I don't know, but I guess that's where I would have some ability for flexibility. I think given what I see as a shorter term nature of a year, a season, 6 months, less shared amenity space is supportable. In terms of parking, I think less parking, maybe even parking maximums, but sort of mass transit or van or bus or workforce transportation is what I would like to see facilitated and encouraged here, as opposed to everyone having 1 or 2 cars per bedroom. I think we're off on the wrong track if that's what we're building and trying to facilitate here. Bicycle parking, absolutely. Waste storage, supportive. I would actually, this is an area, and I appreciate my colleague bringing it up, where I might want to require a laundry facility to make it easier so people don't have to, it's a pain to take my laundry on the bus or whatever. I think if we think about the things we're trying to do, it makes sense actually to have a laundry requirement. I would reemphasize, I think the housing agreement piece, given who is likely to occupy these and what the risks are, that's almost more important to me than a business license, and it might be a better alternative. And I guess I talked about the units. When I talk about units per lot, that's sort of an exchange. Like maybe there could be 1 unit with more bedrooms and you get a better economy of scale, so lower cost, but more of that dormitory affordable workforce housing in my mind. You don't want massing to be too big for the neighborhood, so there's a balance there somewhere, but I don't know this needs to fit in the 4 units per lot the rest of our zoning does, it in my mind. Again, this to me really speaks to dormitory workforce oriented housing. And if there's a way for me to understand that differently or better, I would appreciate that when it comes back to us.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. Regarding just responding specifically to the A, B, and C definition of co-living and private sleeping unit, I think the definition of private sleeping unit makes sense. It's a unit with a bathroom, a washroom facility, and I think that concerns about whether you have washing machines and or other things in there, I think staff have tools to mitigate that through the building permit and occupancy phase. Regarding co-living, I'd like to see our zoning regulations not tuned specifically to ownership models or rental models. I think that zoning regulations, when we're talking about the built form and the use, I think we should remain agnostic as to the ownership model. I think this should be open to the possibility of a stratified co-living or co-housing situation. I think if we regulate too tightly towards one direction, we eliminate ability for people to find flexible ways to make it work for them. So I would, in terms of co-living, I would encourage an expansion of that definition to include ownership models or stratification, however that would how would you like to term that? Regarding parking, I would say either reducing the parking requirement to a minimum, reducing the parking minimum to 1 in 3 sleeping units, which I believe would be consistent with our current parking requirements in R1, or eliminate the parking requirements altogether, the minimum parking requirement. I don't think we should have a maximum parking requirement. I recognize that that may be, in a drive to reduce vehicle ownership, but my attitude, my perspective on parking is we should do less regulating on what other people do on their property and do more regulating in what we allow in our on-street parking, because that's the conflict. And then on ACC, DCC rates, I would like to see a little bit of analysis, a clear analysis on the impact of on ACCs and DCCs in this built form. Thanks.
I have clarifying questions for you. The first is around your comments of ownership model. As I read the definition presented in the staff report, it doesn't speak to tenure type. So some of our dialogue did around trying to differentiate between co-living and co-housing. I think the challenge is I don't think you can stratify a bedroom unit. I just don't think you can. And so what I heard from staff was the differentiation between like the definition for sleeping unit versus dwelling unit and how that might drive differentiation in ownership or tenure models. But the definition as proposed for co-living doesn't include anything with respect to ownership or tenure type. So do you still want further detail on that? Are you okay with co-living as presented, or do you want something changed?
I'm okay with co-living as presented then, because as I listened to the staff report specifically, there was no mention of ownership model. So as long as there's no ownership model baked into the zoning requirement, that's fine. If you can't stratify a single bedroom unit because of other requirements, that's fine. That's not our business.
Okay. Councillor Pengil on this?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify on based on one of my colleagues' comments. When I was speaking about laundry, I was thinking about on-site, so it could be shared. I wasn't trying to be specific. Just want staff to be clear, I wasn't insisting on per sleeping unit laundry necessarily. It's just somewhere on site was my concern.
Thank you for that clarification. My other question to you, Councillor Hamilton, was on your comments around DCCs and ACCs and requesting a bit of additional analysis. As presented, staff are proposing that we collect ACCs and DCCs as we would for a single unit or multi-dwelling unit, as opposed to per sleeping unit. So do you want them to do an analysis of the difference if we were to collect ACCs by sleeping unit? Do you want it to be on, like, what is the objective that you're trying to achieve through that greater understanding?
So our ACCs and DCCs, the amount that we collect or the impact that additional residents have scale with the number of residents. If we put on, if we do a duplex instead of a single family dwelling, chances are you're going to be having an average higher number of occupants. And that's why we separate our ACC and DCC rates into small single family lots or small lots or multiplex units. So should the ACC and DCC rates for these units be made somehow stratified smaller or made smaller to match the impact that the number of inhabitants will have on our ACC and DCC projects?
Okay, I will reflect on that a little bit and may come back. Councillor Anderson.
Firstly, I appreciate Councillor Pettingill highlighting the differences in interpretation of co-living. And it is also my experience in looking at other jurisdictions or experiencing the programs in other jurisdictions. However, we're addressing here Squamish reality, and I appreciate that that's what Councillor Stoner's original intention was to address and in our particular demands. The public that I've spoken to have two areas have addressed or expressed concern about, and that is demands on municipal infrastructure and on building safety. I've heard from volunteers with our protective services that have expressed particular concern about this, and I'm satisfied with staff's responses on these issues, infrastructure considerations and building safety. However, I would advise that this should be very explicitly explained, articulated in the public engagement process, in the public information that's provided. With respect to the feedback requested, the proposed definition of co-living and private sleeping units, I'm very satisfied with this and with the proposed zones in which co-living would be permitted. With respect to the conditions for co-living use in the bylaw, I'm satisfied with all of the proposed recommendations regarding maximum sleeping units, shared internal amenity space quantity, bike parking, waste storage, numbers of co-living units per lot. We'll see how that works, and required business license in particular, I'd like to highlight, and that should also be highlighted for the public as well. However, I do not share the views of some of my colleagues regarding parking. Councillor Hamilton has drawn attention to that the current proposed standard would involve 50% more space allocated to parking than common space. And I appreciate this sounds perverse. However, our reality in Squamish is that our jobs to housing ratio, we have a severe jobs to housing ratio imbalance. This affects our whole parking situation community-wide and commuting circumstances. It reflects a lot of things. That is our reality. So that is an unfortunate reality. I won't call it perverse, but it's an unfortunate reality. And we want this program to succeed. Our goal is diversity of housing forms. It will not succeed if we fail on neighborhood concerns and realities regarding parking. So I just suggest we treat this very carefully with that in mind. We want this to succeed, and it can fail within neighborhoods on the parking matter. We cannot be stubborn when the reality of our community is that our jobs to housing ratio is unbalanced, and it will be for some time. Hopefully we can address that in the long term, but we're not going to do it in the near term. I look forward to receiving the public input, and that with the public interest we've already received, that careful attention be given to the information provided, the clarifications on matters that we can expect there will be interest in, and not least on the parking. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, sorry, can I clarify? Are you supportive of the parking requirements as presented in the staff report, or would you like to see something different?
I'm not sure I'll get away with proposing something different, but I would, in fact. I think that the maximum of one off-street parking space for 2 private sleeping units may be unrealistic, but it may also depend on the neighborhood. Dentville will be different than Brackendale. Dentville is close to services and employment. Brackendale less so. So I'm concerned, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. I'm also broadly supportive of this work. Thank you for bringing it to us today. I think there is a real need for this type of housing in our community. And the biggest concern that we had, that initiated this entire conversation was that it is a gray area and there isn't really existing legislation around it. So appreciate that that's coming here. Parking, it does sound to me like this will allow for too many parking spaces, and I recognize Councillor Anderson's comments about the jobs to housing ratio, and I've raised that concern sitting in this seat before as well. But I wonder if, again, to Councillor Anderson's point, if this type of housing is best suited in some of these neighborhood nodes that we are creating, where hopefully there is sufficient jobs and there are there's more walkability. That to me is kind of what this housing should encompass. It should should encompass community, and it should encompass also and facilitate community engagement. So from my perspective, I think probably leaning towards less parking spaces or fewer parking spaces and more bike parking spaces is probably a better direction, like a good direction to go to. And I'll echo Councillor Pettengill's comments about the name. I think it is important to accurately design these things for what we're going for. If we're going for communal housing, then it should, or, you know, shared spaces, a more community building living approach, then, you know, it should be named something differently versus if we're going towards just facilitating multiple people living in one building, which is more of a dormitory style that Councillor Pettengill has commented on. I think on-site communal laundry facilities would be great. I think the definitions of co-living and private sleeping units is okay. I really like the idea of leaving this style of accommodations open for ownership, because this to me could introduce some actual affordable housing co-ownership models that could really be beneficial in community building. And that is, again, a space that I feel is lacking. It's very difficult to facilitate co-owning housing in our current system. Yeah, and I just wanted to echo again what Councillor Anderson said about originally the concerns that I had heard from the public were largely rooted around fire safety and infrastructure and utility demands, and making sure that those are being accounted for. And I think that those have been addressed in this plan. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw, just also clarification. In terms of your comment around locating these kind of in walkable neighborhoods, the staff proposal is to introduce them into the R1, R4, and R5 zone. Is that something that you would like support as presented, or you would like something different considered?
Yeah, I don't know. Like possibly a consideration of more zoning would be appropriate, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Some comments of my own before we put a motion on the floor, and I have Mayor Herford also has one additional comment. I too am generally supportive of the proposed definition of co-living and private sleeping unit. I think they capture the essence of what we were trying to create some clarity around. I do think that the use of the word co-living adds confusion. It responds to what is currently in our community, but it mixes this idea of co-living, co-housing, and a few other things that people imagine it to be. And similar to Councillor Pengil, I don't necessarily want our zoning bylaw to reflect one particular development that is currently in, or developer application that's currently in our community. And so I'd be happy with something like boarding house, because I think that has weight to it in the way that people would understand this type of housing. The proposed zones in which co-living would be permitted, I think, are a reasonable place to begin. And with regards to the proposed conditions, I'll just go through them as presented in the staff report. The maximum number of private sleeping units, I think, makes good sense to start with 6 private sleeping units. I would love a little bit of further consideration of whether we do shared internal amenity space based on a ratio of the number of sleeping units, or we just kind of set a floor minimum required for shared amenity space that we know is going to be livable. And I oscillate back and forth on that because I just can't really wrap my head around what 10 square meters of amenity space would look like versus what we actually need to live functionally. The minimum and maximum parking requirements, I think, strike a good balance. I've heard from all my colleagues now that this is a tension point for sure. I think by their nature, what's presented here strikes a good balance of the need for parking with trying to encourage people to use diverse forms of transportation. And hopefully these are located in areas that are walkable and accessible to different types of amenities. Bicycle parking requirements are appropriate. Waste storage requirements will be well supported and great for neighborhood and community. The number of co-living units per lot, I think is okay, is something that I'm going to give a little bit more thought to as this continues to ruminate in community, just in terms of the interaction with the density component of our zoning bylaw, but that's something that I need to do a little bit more research on and not something that I'm prepared to change today. And I do think a business license requirement is useful in this situation. I also hummed and hawed about this. We don't regulate landlords. And so I'm torn on this one. But we do regulate short-term rentals, for example. And so I do think that it's like this, again, kind of weird gray space. And I think moving in towards business licensing makes sense. So those are my comments on the conditions as proposed. I'll go to Mayor Herford for one last comment before we put a motion on the floor.
Thank you. I just, reflecting on this, the discussion throughout, I wanted to make a point where to me, this is sort of a starting point. If we get the definition right, then we can start looking at other places it might be applicable. So I think this is a great starting point. When I think about other pieces that we've discussed or policy we have around the table, the future frequent transit network work we've done through some of our housing work might be a space where we can take this definition and perhaps introduce this use with a lower parking standard to reflect its proximity to that future transit network. So I think I appreciate I'm hearing council give a lot of consideration to this, which is wholly appropriate, but I also think recognizing that it's a starting point and we'll have a definition to work from that could be applied to other zones, such as that transit zone. And we're going to talk about some Garibaldi Estates related work a little bit later, and perhaps there's something else that can go there, and that definition might change one of the regulations. I'm thinking largely parking might be appropriate to reduce that in certain scenarios, but we also need to have a starting point. And I think this, and I appreciate the thoughtful feedback that we've had so far. I just wanted to highlight those two, sort of that concept as we continue to advance this work.
Councillor Greenlaw, briefly.
Just quickly, I also support the business license aspect of it, as long as we're staying open to maintaining ownership, like an ownership model, because obviously you don't need a business license in that case. But if it is like a landlord tenancy, then yeah, business license.
Okay, staff, I'm going to go to you. Was there anything in particular that you want clearer direction on from council after our roundtable of comments? Do you want me to do a straw poll on parking?
Sure, that might be helpful. Thank you.
While I do that, if there's anything else that you think of, let me know. So council, those who are supportive of the parking as presented in the staff report, so that is a minimum of 1 off-street parking space per 2 private sleeping units and a maximum of 1 off-street parking space per private sleeping unit. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right. Somebody want to present an alternative? Councillor Anderson.
I just wanted to note that some of us may want to go below this, some may want to go above. In fact, I'll change my vote. I will suggest for my part that the presentation here is a minimum. That's as far as I will go in depriving parking spots. Thank you.
Would you like me to propose an alternative?
You can try it.
Okay. See if we can find some kind of consensus. So while I'll be clear, my preference is to eliminate all parking minimums. And to be clear to the community, that does not mean removing all parking. It means removing the requirement to put it in. So what I'll put forward is to move the minimum parking standard to 1 in 3 sleeping units and to remove the maximum parking standard.
All those in, this is just a straw poll. So
Move the parking minimum to 1 in 3 and remove the maximum.
those that would be supportive of that in general. Okay. No, sorry. we're not going to comment on it. It's committee of the whole. We're trying to provide some direction to council. And I appreciate we could debate this for a long time. We're already a half hour into our lunch. And so we're just trying to provide some direction as to whether we want more, less, or this is about right. So I'm not seeing a major. So those that would be supportive of the direction that Councillor Hamilton has put forward. Okay, no. So those who would like to go above what is currently presented in the staff report, put your hands up. Just be supportive of going above more, allowing more parking than what is currently proposed. Okay. I'm going to go back to what is presented in the staff report, given that going lower or going higher isn't getting us anywhere. Those that would be supportive of what is being presented, put your hands up. Okay. You got a slim majority, and maybe that's some good feedback for where we get ongoing community engagement with the survey that will be forthcoming. Were there any other items that you wanted some clearer direction from council on?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it would be helpful to get some clear direction on the definition. I heard co-living. I also heard boarding house as an option.
So what I heard from around the table is that generally there's support for the definition as presented. It's the language around co-living and actually using that term. So those are who's supportive of moving forward with the term co-living, raise your hand. And those who would like to see a different terminology. You have 4 out of 7 are supportive of the direction. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Pangill.
Is there anyone who would object if we called this dormitory or boarding instead?
Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, it's not really an objection, Councillor Pettingill, but I just wonder about the public engagement process and the receptivity or the reception of that use of that term and how it might affect really the success of the initiative. I'm a little bit concerned about that, and I do recognize that one of the proponents in the development community is drawing from a co-living experience in another jurisdiction, namely Switzerland, where it is not dormitory and rooming most. But I'm satisfied for Squamish circumstances. This suits for the time being. Thank you.
I appreciate that. All right. So we're going to go ahead. General direction from council is to continue with the term co-living. General support for the conditions as presented in the zones, and a narrow support for the amount of parking that we'll get more feedback from community on, as well as all the other components through public survey and ongoing discourse through Let's Talk Squamish online. With that, I'm going to move the staff report with a slight amendment in item 2 that says direct staff to prepare bylaws for consideration based on feedback received today and further community feedback, and bring that back to a future regular council meeting. Seconded by Mayor Herford. Any further comments on this? Please be brief.
Just appreciate the report to date, and I'm going to use this opportunity to chime in on the parking piece. This is where I think that what we're looking at today is quite broad as to where it's located in community. I think if we narrow that down to areas that are supported by transit and all these other considerations, then I would entertain going lower or eliminating in that context. But given this is where our starting point is, I feel we've struck a balance here, not just in the parking, but in the other matters as well. So thank you for everyone's feedback today. Any
further comments? Go ahead, Councillor Pangill.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I'm still really uncomfortable with this term. And I think to my colleague's point, that's exactly why I fear that we would be trying to push the success of this by misnaming it, and that we would see support because people had misunderstood what we meant by co-living. They would envision something other than what this is. And so I want to be clear, if this goes forward, that people are clear about what is going forward. And so, but the other piece I heard, and I want to be clear, I am supportive of business licensing, but that doesn't give us a tool to address the affordability. And we've had some feedback about what we're already seeing the cost of these units. I am concerned is our intent to go through all this and then end up where it's $2,000 or $2,500 a month for these bedrooms? I don't think we would say I would feel successful if that is the outcome. And so that's where I'm interested in, if we're going to do all this work and support this form, that it ends up in something that doesn't push the rest of the rental market up, that we have some tools. And I think housing agreement is our only tool at this point to do something about those rents. And so we're thinking about being mindful of the impact on the rest of our housing market and so on by what sort of thing we're encouraging and facilitating here.
Thank you for that. I want to thank staff for the report, and it obviously generated a lot of discussion. And I want to thank council for the very good deliberations of a number of the topics presented. I am curious to see what our community will say about this. I think that this is an interesting space where we don't typically move to regulate how many folks live in a building, but we are trying to react to something that is emerging in our community. In terms of the naming component, I think the definition is really clear. And so while by name co-living might generate some different things, the point of this to me was that it was actually that we need something in our zoning bylaw that defined what co-living was. That is most important to me. So I think we need to be really strong on the definition. Whether you put boarding house or co-living, people will always conjure something until they read the definition, and the definition will explain to them what we're actually talking about. So I'm happy to see that move forward. And with regards to your comments, Councillor Pettingill, of using a housing agreement, I personally feel like this continues to reside in the general market space of housing. And all housing, I think, is needed in our community, diverse forms of housing. It's something that we continue to strive for through our OCP bylaw policies. And the market will bear what the market will bear. These are not intended to provide necessarily affordable housing. They provide a different form of housing that may be more accessible or attainable for folks. They're not for everyone. I think that they are self-limiting in their own space in the market, and I don't think that they necessarily impact other components of the rental housing market, for example. And adding housing agreements adds work to staff, adds work to just general processes of how we continue to check in on those. And so I actually think it adds additional bureaucracy than what we're trying to achieve here. So with that, I will call the question with the motion on the floor. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So council and staff, we are well into our lunch. I'm going to suggest that we come back at 2:15. Does that work for folks? Is that enough time for staff to have a break and Jessie to get lunch too, because she comes back? Great, getting some thumbs up. We will see you all back here at 2:15. Thank you very much. Awesome. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the Committee of the Whole meeting for the District of Squamish. It's Tuesday, March 24th. We are currently on item 3, sub 3 of our agenda, which is the Year 5 2025 review of the short-term rental regulatory program. And I'll pass it over to staff. And note that this was a memo that was on last week's regular agenda, and it was pulled by council and referred to this meeting. So I'll turn it over to staff first and see if they have a presentation. If not, we can just move to questions.
Through the chair, I'm just trying to make sure the presentation is up. Do we need to stop?
Yeah, stop. You have to share. And then,
I missed one step.
the double click. You're doing great.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair and Committee of the Whole members. My name's Philp with Current Planning. I'm here to speak briefly to the Year 5 review of the STR regulatory program. This went as a consent agenda memo at the March 17th regular meeting. The memo summarized the Year 5 2025 STR data, and we can delve into this if the committee has further questions following the presentation. There are no changes to the program recommended by staff for this year. The memo also highlighted that the first batch of short-term rental temporary use permits, or STR TUPs for short, that were issued starting in 2021 are expiring this year, and that due to our current work plan priorities and staff capacities, we won't be undertaking a review of the STR TUP stream in 2026. We're instead proposing to conduct a fulsome review of the TUPs as part of a 2027 project, and we're planning to return to council in Q4 of this year to provide further details and scoping on the project plan. In the interim, before the 2027 project is completed, we're directing expiring TUP operators to apply for a new STR TUP if they would like to continue operating. With that, I'll pass it to the chair to start our questions and comments round. Thanks.
Thank you for that high-level overview. Council questions on this. We'll start with Mayor Herford and then to Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you. I know the issue of the terms of TUPs and so on more broadly, I think is important, but I know there's other interest in the room about that, so I'll leave someone else to start us on that path. I'm wondering about the fees. In the report, it says that, to me, I'm scoring that as we generally are close to cost recovery for this program. But in 2026, it also says that the third-party monitoring service has been canceled for 2026. And sort of in that spirit of this being the fees associated with this driving to align with cost recovery, I'm just trying to, can you speak to that a little bit and what we should expect going forward as far as, I'm really curious about the cost recovery of this program and then how we're allocating or which sort of subset of the program is expected to pay which portion of. So the sort of starting point is this a dramatic, that drop off, is that a dramatic reduction in the cost in delivering this program? And should we be expecting to see changes in future to reflect that? I expect a lag time of some sort, but just what are we thinking in that space?
Yeah, through the chair. So the business license fees for last year totaled 156K approximately, and that's in line with recovering our operating costs for the entire program. So that includes enforcement, the host compliance monitoring. We do not need that anymore because the provincial STR portal provides above and beyond what host compliance was providing to us. The host compliance was approximately 16K per year. And so there's not a huge differential between those two. And so I think we're still going to wait and see how our shift in the last business license fee change kind of plays out. It's only been one full year since we made the changes. And it's part of what we'll look at again for our 2027 program we'll look at our 2026 numbers and see how that's all shaking down.
Okay, thank you. I think is part of that review, or what's the work that you anticipate taking on. I hear that review of those fees, but the like which category is paying which amount, sort of inside of that, is that part of that work? Like, are we recovering the right amount from the right category? Because I think it is a little more granular than that, where some of the, or it's, I think a deeper dive into like which licenses are paying which percentage. Is that projected to be part of that work when that comes forward to future council, admittedly, but like that, is that on the radar as part of that work?
Through the chair, I mean, we haven't started our scoping at this point, but it should be something that should be on our radar to maintain kind of that equitable like proportion between each of the license types. So certainly when we open up the review, we can look at how much of the enforcement is kind of being eaten up by the different types of complaints and where that enforcement time's going.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor French, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to know a little bit more about the enforcement activities table that's in the report to council. It indicates 7 fines were issued in 2024, and the cell in the table for 2025 is blank. What do those are? And there's a few cells in that table that are blank. So I'm curious to know, what do the blank cells mean?
Yeah. So through the chair, we don't have that granular data available because of the staffing. There was significant staffing shortages that happened last year. And so that data was not recorded. And so I cannot report out on it. And so in order to keep consistent and have transparency through the years, I left it in here and I left it blank. There maybe should have been a bit more explanation for those blank cells.
Okay, and so my next and final question might fall into the we just don't know category. If we do know, I'd love to have the info. Of the 7 fines that were issued in 2024, do you know how many of those issued fines were actually paid?
Through the chair, I do not know.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I know we've talked a lot about this over the years, and a lot of our focus has been on the TUPs, of which there are only 30, but we see there's over, between 200 and 300 STRs. I'm just wondering if you can give us all a reminder of, when is a business license required? Is there a case where you don't need one? When is a TUP required, just to set that context?
Yes, through the chair, a business license is required for any short-term rental. That's defined as being less than 90 days. So if you are making money off of renting your home for less than 90 days, you require a business license. And the way the district's regulations are written, they are not permitted outright in a secondary suite or an ADU or any accessory dwelling unit. And how we accomplish licensing 30 of these is through the temporary use permit stream.
Thank you. I had a few questions myself, and then I'll look back to council if they have further. Similar in the STR enforcement activities table, the public complaints received was down quite substantially for 2025 to 8 complaints compared to 20 plus in previous years. Curious if that's a reflection of staff capacity again, or if that is, we're just seeing fewer complaints around these types of uses.
Through the chair, I don't have the information to address that question, and if directed, I can seek it through our bylaw enforcement department staff.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. My other question was around reaching that cap. So in the staff memo, it says there are currently 28 active licenses. For a portion of 2025, there were 30, but we would reopen when it dropped. So I was unclear as to whether we have dropped down past 30 again, if we're at 28, but the website still says that we're at max.
Through the chair, it's challenging. At the staff level, we haven't committed to keeping a current running, this is how many are in and this is how many are out. We've tried to explain that it's first come, first serve, and so the onus is on an interested operator in the community to come forward. We are currently at 28. We have active applications for TUPs that we are processing, and I think the expectation is that we'll hit the 30 again at some point this year.
Do we have a sense of like how many active applications there are? Like if we were to consider increasing that number to 35 or 40, given what we hear around a bit of a crisis in terms of short-term accommodation for tourism, if we want to do that in the interim between now and a full review, do we have a sense of how much appetite is out there to actually go through the TUP process?
Through the chair, I can start and then pass it to Jessie. So we know how many active TUP applications we've received. We have, I believe, 2 active applications at this point, and we are also waiting to hear back from the 7 existing expiring TUP applicants. I think we've received 2 applications at this point, and we've given an end of March deadline.
That's really helpful context. Thank you. And then my last set of questions was around the TUP renewal. This is one that I was kind of instigated for me, the pulling of the memo, because it's actually quite contrary to my understanding of TUPs. I appreciate that it may be legally possible to reapply for the same use for a period of longer than 6 years. However, I don't think it's our practice as council. I don't think it's been our practice in the past as a district to go beyond 6 years for a temporary use. And so I'm just curious how we set some guardrails around this. If it really is like, do we just issue a TUP for 2 years to get us through to the 2027 review? I just don't want it to be a 3 years with an automatic 3-year extension. Then we have legitimized what was meant to be a temporary use for 12 years.
I'll start. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I understand the concern, and I can confirm, yes, it is legislatively possible, as you said, and it is not our normal practice. And this is a somewhat of a unique situation. And at the staff level, I think we are looking to accommodate those who've gone through the process and shown that they're good actors in this market, to give them the opportunity to kind of tide us over until we're able to put the energy into the fulsome review. The TUP timeline is totally at our discretion, and so we can set the amount of time for these expiring TUP guys who are going for renewal to align with the conclusion of the project. Bearing in mind, we should probably build in some buffer for that, just in case. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And just on that point, I believe that these TUPs are delegated. And I'm assuming it just at staff discretion to do that, and that there's no opportunity for council to weigh in. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it is delegated, and so it will be at the GM's discretion. We don't do automatic renewals. For clarification. We go through, and the main thing that we check is bylaw complaints, and to make sure that they are being a good neighbor and a good operator before we consider any sort of renewal.
Thank you. I had Councillor Hamilton, and then I'll come to Councillor Greenlaw and then Pettingill.
Thanks very much. Can you just remind me how we differ from the provincial STR regulations? I think I know, but just in case I don't know at all.
Yeah, through the chair. So the provincial regulations are meant to be looked at as a floor or a base. And so they do allow as their floor secondary suites and accessory dwelling units if the principal resident lives on the property. And our regulations are allowed to be more restrictive than that. Any municipality in BC can have more restrictive regulations.
Oh yeah, I absolutely understand that we can. And so the place where we differ from the provincial regulations is that we require a TUP or an ADU or secondary suite use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so in the letter from Tourism Squamish, there's an assertion that the this requirement, our intent of this requirement is to increase the number of long-term residency units available. Do we know that this constraint, our difference from the provincial regulations, do we know that it is increasing the long-term rental pool? And if so, how do we know that?
Through the chair, we do not know if it's increasing, like, we do not know if secondary suites and ADUs that were previously in the short-term rental pool are being converted into long-term rental. I will also say that was not the main intent of the regulations. The main intent was to protect the existing supply of accessory dwelling units and secondary suites that were always meant to be for long-term rental. And that was the original intent of permitting suites and ADUs in the first place in our zoning bylaw. And so there's currently, to the best of our knowledge, over 1,400 suites and ADUs in our community. And the development of the regulations was meant to protect that supply, to stem the tide of conversion that we had already seen happening with the advent of Airbnb.
So do we know that that tide got subdued, and what evidence do we have to support that assertion?
Through the chair, tracking the data that we are able to see, we do know that the number of STRs in general has been declining. And further, when we do reviews and bylaw enforcement checking for secondary suites and checking for units that look like they're fully a secondary suite, we know that that number has been declining across our enforcement, the 5 years that we've been enforcing.
Do we produce those? Like, do we share those numbers in our reports? I mean, I didn't see them, but I might not have seen them. They might be there and I just missed.
They're in the first, I would say we've reported them out in the first few years, and then we've been getting less granular and doing more overarching data in the past 2 years that we've been doing the consent memo approach.
Thanks. And maybe I'll just make a comment to council, not to staff right now. Alignment. So I would assume, I have an assumption that the province did a fairly substantive assessment of the STR regulations when they set the provincial standards. And the notion that the province has been very, very keen on increasing the amount of long-term residential available in BC. And so if STRs were a significant limitation on in ADUs, if ADUs and STRs were a significant limiter for long-term residents, it seems kind of counter to me that the province would be doing both of those things at once. So I am in favor. I would move towards us aligning with the provincial standards in absence of very clear evidence that STRs are protecting long-term residents.
I do have a speaker's list. I will just respond. Again, having had some involvement in when the province was developing this through my role at UBCM. My understanding was the response from the province to broaden the options was a reflection of the diversity of communities across our province and local governments asking for more flexibility in how they apply the regulations in their own communities to respond to their own housing and tourism requirements and needs, as opposed to setting a really high floor that would then apply from Fort St. John to Victoria to Squamish and Whistler. Whistler is actually exempt because it's a resort municipality, but you can gather that when you set provincial standard, you want to set probably a floor that has more flexibility, especially when you hear from local governments time and time again that they want flexibility to be able to implement something that reflects their community needs, not just a blanket approach across the province. I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw, then Councillor Pettingill, and back to Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. I'm not sure if you can answer this. It's it's a bit peripheral, but I've been asking for the update of the cumulative housing impact meetings from the Fortis and Woodfibre projects for a while now. And they would have been pretty helpful for all the conversations we're having today. But I was wondering if staff had any sense of the use of these STRs. Like, do you know if proportionally, are they for tourism? Are they for short stays in the community for work? Are they for Fortis and Woodfibre? Like, do you have any idea about the usage of them or any way of tracking that?
Through the chair, we do not.
Thanks.
Councillor Pangill.
Yeah, actually, maybe picking up a thread a little different angle from my colleague, though. There has been some thought or suggestion that one of the reasons why people were maybe more able or willing to pull their STRs off the market is because of the major industrial project. And when that finishes, we may see a bunch of people looking to come back into the STR market. So I'm just wondering, our staff looking into that, do we have a plan sort of proactively to time enforcement or capacity with the end of these projects so that we don't sort of lose ground we may have gotten, or we can rule out this as a risk of sort of when these projects terminate that we don't have a flood of new illegal or illegitimate STRs?
Through the chair, we have not been looking at that.
Okay, if that was, I guess, a concern or whatever, a year or two away, what sort of direction would be required or, prompt to sort of just see, hey, is this something we should be worrying about?
Through the chair, at this point, we would go with the recommendation of the memo is that staff still need to scope this project out, which will require a review of what needs to be reviewed at this point in time. And that will happen in Q4 of this year.
Okay, so I'll just sort of flag that as one thing that I would want to make sure we considered at least. The other piece, I guess, is an ask about how we get a bit more legal clarity on the TUP renewal after 6 years of TUPs, because that is very contrary to everything we've done and touches on other things where that has been a key consideration of mine in many TUPs. And so if the ground is somehow shifted broadly on this, I would like to understand that. So a bit of a tangent, but I think it's important here. And maybe that's a request through to the mayor if there has to be a discussion on that or some council education. That would be helpful.
I'll pass it over to staff. I do just want to clarify that I don't think the ground has shifted. You can, in one TUP, you get 3 years plus the possibility of a renewal. There's just nothing in the legislation that says you can't reapply for a new temporary use permit for the same use. Temporary use permits are at the discretion of council unless you've delegated that to staff. And so it's, I think, my question was structured on the context of it's not our general practice to do so. And so I think understanding where the guardrails are that we're putting up on that, but from a legislative perspective, I've heard staff say that it is fair to reapply for to put in a new application for the same use.
And I guess that's where I'm asking for clarity, because what I thought I had heard previously quite explicitly is that it has to be substantially different. If it's the same thing, you can't actually do that. And so maybe that's where it seems like there's been a shift and where I'd like to understand a little better.
Through the chair, staff can confidently say that you can apply for a new temporary use permit once the 6 years or 5 years in this case had elapsed. These permits will be different in that they will likely be issued for a different term for the first time. The only other instance I can recall where we have issued a TUP after the first TUP had expired and gone over the 6 years would be for carbon engineering that this council, I believe, approved in 2023. And that was where the permits had elapsed and we issued a new permit. The time was different. It's not, again, as common practice, but similar with other permits, you can always apply for a new permit unless the legislation says you are restricted to one ever for one thing. And the legislation does not say that at this time. It's not a practice that we intend to continue, but given the questions that we've had at this table and just where we are at with the program, we do need time to review before we could even begin to make recommendations on how to change the program or whether we should advise these individuals to, for example, seek rezoning. We just need that time to review and scope out the project, which we'll bring back to council in Q4 of this year.
I will also add, to your point of folks can't reapply unless it's something substantial. I believe that is under the legislation of if an application has been denied. So if council has made the decision or to deny an application for a rezoning, for example, you can't reapply the next day. You have to wait 6 months. But if your license has lapsed or your rezoning has lapsed, you can always submit a new application to the district, and we are required to receive it.
Yeah, again, that's in a TUP context, that's contrary to what I thought I'd heard quite explicitly before. So maybe I'll have to do some own digging, but this is, and again, it's less of a concern on this particular topic, but in terms of TUPs in general, this is an area of concern for me, and I'd like to make sure I really understand. So I guess I'll leave it at that for now, but I'm not quite sold on this TUP can be renewed after 6 years.
Just clarify, they're not renewing the TUP. They're putting in a new application. Mayor Herford.
Thank you. And on this category of things, I'm really curious around like this. The concept, I think, is something that I hadn't contemplated when we looked at the delegation bylaw. And I just wondered, with the way things stand now, if council wanted to ensure that a future council had to approve the second renewal, sort of like would that need to be explicitly expressed in that delegation bylaw? Is that where it lives? I just hadn't, when we set those thresholds, I hadn't contemplated this scenario. And I'm just curious if that's something that like which piece of regulation needs to change for that, because I do think that second application of very similar or the same use in a temporary nature, I'm fine with delegating that first piece, but renewal of might be where that adding a safeguard at that point to come to council might be useful. So am I right to say that lives in our delegation bylaw, and that's where we should look at this next time we touch the delegation bylaw, or does that live somewhere else?
Thank you through the chair. The delegation of a renewal lives within the land development procedures bylaw. I would just suggest that this is an unusual circumstance and it's not a common practice that delegated permits would ever be renewed. Normally at this position for a normal TUP, we would advise that the applicant seek a rezoning at this point. It's given the uniqueness of this program and the need for it to run a bit longer and to scope out a project and address it that this is occurring.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to mull that over. And thank you for that. I recognize this is I don't want to say strange, but I can't think of another reason. It's a unique use case for this, but also just thinking in future the triggers that would highlight that something's for council might want to wade in on is just where my mind is. I'm going to go back to the enforcement. What's it called? Enforcement activities. When someone's applying for a TUP, I'd imagine that the notification to adjacent properties, signage goes up, that type of thing. Are those, and the feedback received there, are those reflected in the enforcement activities, or is that a separate sort of subset of like hoping to achieve a license?
Through the chair, that's all part of our processing of a specific temporary use permit application. And it's tied to our development application communication policy as well. Okay,
so the feedback that's captured there, I know and again, this isn't something I've really thought about when we were looking at temporary use permits and delegation thresholds and so on, but where does that communication go? I know if it came to council, the feedback would likely form a part of it would be included in the package for council consideration and would be shared with proponent. What does this process look like? I guess that's broadly to delegated TUPs, but specifically to this.
Yeah, through the chair. So when the planner is processing the specific TUP application, if written comments are received, we bring that as part of the information package that we walk the director through, and he reads and reviews those, and then he makes his decision.
Are they shared with the proponent? Is that common practice, or is there a? I'm just looking for the differences in our process. That makes good sense. That mirrors what I would expect the information to, sort of inform a decision around the table. But there's that public nature of it, and thus visibility to the public and the proponent. Does that continue in the delegated process, or is there something different happening?
Through the chair, generally the process is that the planner would communicate the substance of any public communication if we thought that it warranted being communicated to the applicant. Otherwise, we just leave it at the director's discretion.
Sure, and if I may add, with any delegated permit, we do have an internal delegated permit report that outlines what was considered, and those comments form for part of that. So it could always be requested through an FOI process if somebody wanted to review the record.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Council, any further questions? We are at time on this item. Not seeing any, I'll move a motion to receive the report, second by Councillor French. Just a thanks to staff for the ongoing work and for the deliberations as we continue to ease our way through the STR program. And I think that the proposal to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room before we do a more fulsome review, which I'm sure our community will be excited to engage in when we get to that time. Go ahead, Councillor French, if you have any comments.
Yes, please. I just want to share that I find myself agreeing with most of the thoughts that Tourism Squamish shared with us. This program definitely needs a thorough review, and I believe that's best done by the members of the next council soonish after the election this fall, and consistent with what I saw of the staff work plan in the report. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I trust with Councillor French that when an STR-TUP review project is underway, hopefully in 2027, that it will be able to take full account of the observations and recommendations of Tourism Squamish. Another initiative that will not be taking place this year, but perhaps in 2027, is a tourism master plan, delayed mostly due to budget considerations. That will also be assisted by a coordinated an assessment of the tourism accommodation sector. My point here is that both initiatives might consider a coordinated assessment of the tourism accommodation sector. I do firmly believe that accommodation should be squarely addressed in a tourism master plan. My other observation is that back in 2018, among the various intentions and rationales behind the program that we launched with the STR for me, was neighborhood impacts. That was back during the era of the Wild West of short-term rental. And my own personal experience in my neighborhood was severe neighborhood impacts. However, there's a new context today with new housing initiatives and new neighborhood planning initiatives to be taken into account in 2027, hopefully. Thank you.
Mayor Harford, then Councillor Pangill, then Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you for the work on this, and I really appreciate the extra time with it. I think it's an important subject, particularly as we sit here with a 0.2% vacancy rate in community, as well as pressures from the tourism folks looking for more capacity. So I do think that a fulsome look at this is warranted, and I agree with I see the rationale behind the timelines. I do just want to, it came up in the conversation, and I just want to reinforce it that I think that we know now there's a major project and portions thereof happening in community that are taking some accommodation, whether the owners of these spaces intend them to be on the, or had aspired to have them in the short-term market or the long-term market. They are being used by a portion of the workforce, and I think that as part of this project and likely others, as we're looking at things, we need to remember that this is the reality that we're in today, and that at some point the workforce is going to leave, and what will that look like? It'll look like a strange blip in the various pieces of our reporting. However, I do think we need to keep our eye on what those timelines are and make sure that we're factoring that into our work, not just on this, but everything to do with anything that touches rentals. I think it is important to keep our eye on that timing so that we understand what we're seeing as we start to feel the hopefully the burden of those the construction phase ease in these areas.
Councillor Van Gillen, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks to staff and my colleagues for the extra discussion on this. I do support the direction we're headed and the comments made thus far. Just add that, I guess, in my mind, we are facing a housing crisis, which is about the availability, but also the affordability of housing. There's a relationship there, definitely. And I think a concern was, again, as I've mentioned before, the impact on price if the expectation becomes to afford a home, you need to rent out a portion of your home on STRs. And we don't know exactly what that impact is, but we have some maybe not completely unreasonable expectation that this increases the average housing cost. So anyways, just as we go through, I think, reviewing where we are and ensuring we are prioritizing that housing for homes first is going to be important. And so we'll see where that leads us. And I just want to add, I did look up quickly about temporary use permits. So in 2020, the Northern Cariboo Regional District, I believe, had a UBCM resolution asking the province to clarify whether or not you could have a new TUP after going through 6 years. So there's some ambiguousness in the legislation. As I read through the legislation, it says basically that this is not meant to be an alternative to rezoning. And so if you're going past 6 years, the implication is you should have rezoned. And so there's that suggestion is actually inappropriate. You should have. And so I'm assuming it's probably in case law what you can or can't do as opposed to the legislation. And so I'm not sure we're safe in extending TUPs, but it'd be lawyers arguing case law to decide that ultimately, I think.
I do want to note the UBCM resolution was not endorsed by the membership in 2020. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I look forward to the staff review in Q4. I think it makes good sense for staff to take the time to look and do a thorough review. I hope to see some focus or some evidence on the impact that our restrictions on ADU use regarding the temporary use permits has had on long-term rentals. That to me, that's a big piece of this puzzle. If the STR, if reducing or regulating, more heavily regulating ADU use in STRs is increasing our long-term rental stock, that's a different story than if it's not. And the evidence doesn't seem clear one way or the other. And yeah, I also acknowledge completely that the workforce the workforce housing for the Eagle Mountain Pipeline workforce is having an impact on all of this data. And so it might be difficult to disambiguate those two things at this moment in time. Thanks.
I'll call to question all those in favor of receipt. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Council will take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 3:05. Not quite 10 minutes. Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Committee of the Whole meeting for the District of Squamish. Today is Tuesday, March 24th. We are on item 3 sub 4 in our agenda. Keeping the lightest of the topics of the day for last, we're talking about the Garibaldi Estates Neighborhood Plan zoning implementation with the density bonus work being presented to us by staff today. So I'll pass it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Committee of the Whole. My name is Bryan Daly, planner with Community Development. With me today is Jessie Fletcher, manager of current planning, and Jessica O'Sullivan, a consultant who is assisting staff with this work. And we're going to be presenting an update on the proposed density bonus structure for the Garibaldi Estates Neighborhood Plan zoning implementation project. The plan includes implementation policy to amend the zoning bylaw to provide zoning for townhouse uses on 2163 Mamquam Road with the provision of an activated park secured through the rezoning process. Council adopted the amenity cost charges, or ACC, bylaw and approved the rezoning application alignment policy on February 17th. This replaces the CAC system, particularly for small to medium-sized developments. ACCs cannot be collected for affordable housing, which is a priority community benefit identified in the Estates Neighborhood Plan, but can be secured through a density bonus. Density bonus in zoning requires a financial analysis as detailed in the Local Government Act. Staff have worked with the consultant to complete a financial analysis of the proposed density bonus options for the proposed GE2, GE3, GE4, and GE5 zones included in the Estates Plan zoning implementation project. Under current cost conditions, the base densities in most of the proposed zones were determined not to be viable under either strata tenure or rental tenure scenarios. Only the proposed density bonus for 2163 Mamquam Road was deemed financially viable. This site showed viability given the large parcel size allowed for a scale of development that allowed for cost efficiencies. Staff are recommending proceeding with zoning to the base densities noted in the plan, as initially recommended at the January 27th Committee of the Whole meeting. Density bonuses in GE2 to GE5 cannot be included because they are not financially viable. Moving forward with zoning to the base densities is still an important part of the plan implementation. The current R1 zoning allows single unit dwellings as a conforming fully permissible use, which establishes a de facto floor for land value. The constraints included in the GE2 to GE5 zone related to single unit dwelling use and the permission of townhouse and other high density uses may result in reduced land prices over time, which would help with project viability. It also sets clear expectations for landowners about the future permitted uses of these properties. Staff recommend proceeding with the proposed density bonus for 2163 Mamquam Road because it is financially viable and ensures delivery of an amenity identified in the plan. The analysis of the GE2 zoning showed that a project would not be viable under either rental or strata tenure ownership structure at a base density of 0.6 FAR. Under current cost conditions, a base density of 0.85 for rental and 1.1 for a strata project would be required for a viable project. Both of these densities exceed the maximum FAR of 0.8 identified in the plan. For a rental tenure project, to be viable under a 0.6 floor area ratio, a 39% reduction in cost would be required. For a strata tenure project, a reduction in cost of 17% would be required for a project to be viable. A density bonus in this scenario is not financially viable, unfortunately. So staff are recommending proceeding with zoning to the base density of 0.6 for a strata scenario and 0.85 FAR for 100% market rental projects. Proceeding with a 0.85 FAR for market rental projects is recommended given this density slightly exceeds the maximum identified in the plan and the need for rental tenure townhome projects in the district. Landowners looking to achieve higher densities identified in this land use designation could submit a rezoning application. The analysis of the GE3 zoning showed that a project would not be viable in either a rental or a strata tenure under the base density of 0.7 for strata and 0.9 for rental. Under current cost conditions, a base density of 2.3 for a rental project and 5.0 for a strata project would be required for a viable project. Both of these exceed the maximum FAR of 1.3 identified in this land use designation. For a rental tenure project to be viable under 0.9, it would require 25% reduction in costs. For a strata tenure project to be viable at 0.7, it would require a reduction in costs by 44%. Staff recommend proceeding with zoning up to the base density of 0.7 for strata and 0.9 for rental. Again, landowners looking to achieve the maximum densities identified in this land use designation would be welcome to submit a rezoning application. The analysis of GE4 and GE5 showed, again, that the base density would not be viable. Under current cost conditions, a base density of 2.5 for rental project and 3.0 for a strata project is required. Both of these exceed the maximum FAR of 2.0 for GE4 and 1.6 for GE5 identified in the land use designation. And the cost for a would need to reduce 11% for a 1.5 FAR project for rental, and a strata project would need a 12% cost reduction for a 1.5 FAR to show viability. Again, landowners looking to achieve the maximum densities identified in this plan could submit a rezoning application. The Estates Plan Policy 5563 states that a district-led rezoning should be initiated for 2163 Mamquam Road. That supports a maximum townhouse density of 0.7 with the provision of 27.5% of land adjacent to a public road as publicly accessible activated park space. Staff have drafted the GE6 zone, which includes a density bonus to increase the allowable FAR from 0.3 to 1.0 if the following conditions are met. The owner dedicates or transfers to the district a minimum of 4,323 square meters of land adjacent to Mamquam Road as park and provides at its own cost such landscaping and improvements for the park such that the final built form of the park is consistent with the district's other similar parks and public spaces, or alternatively grants to the district a Section 219 covenant that details the terms of the construction and dedication of the park. And also the owner dedicates a 10-meter wide strip of land along the frontage of the lot for the purpose of active transportation infrastructure, or alternatively enters into a 219 covenant to secure this transfer. The maximum 1.0 FAR would be applied to the remaining land after the dedication of the land for park and active transportation infrastructure. If applied to the entire parcel area prior to land dedications, it would represent a 0.5 FAR. The financial analysis has confirmed that the density bonus is financially viable for this option. If the landowner takes advantage of this density bonus, they can enter into a Section 219 covenant to secure the land dedication and park improvements and proceed to a development permit application to establish the form and character of the proposed housing and the park design. Staff are employing an informed level on the IAP2 participation spectrum for this project. A project page has been posted to the district's website. Public hearing for the future rezoning bylaws would be prohibited per the Local Government Act. So staff are recommending that the committee receive this report and direct staff to proceed with the implementation of this project as presented today. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for the presentation and the report. Council, I suspect you have questions. Who would like to get us started? Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Well, just a clarification a bit, and this is about the attached report. It makes an assertion on page 51 of council direction in terms of calibrated to market conditions, so on and so forth. Now, having gone through the legislation, I see it doesn't permit us to do those things. So I understand that we can't do what we asked to, but I recall myself, and I think others sort of commented that, you know, we didn't want to build all of our plans around a current dip in the market. So I understand why the recommendation makes sense given the legal framework, but the assertion of that was council's direction to only consider market conditions is not my recollection. I think why that's important is, yes, I do expect we will follow the rules where we are required to, but in general, I would hope that our planning is looking beyond just immediate market conditions. And so I just don't want to sort of muddy the waters of where we are as a council, which is my concern about what this report says. And so I'm just wondering if staff can clarify where this particular language came from in the report, or.
Through the chair, just to clarify, I don't have that page of the report open in front of me. However, I think the point that was meant to get across was that so staff have examined the density bonus option per the provincial guidance, which requires us to examine existing market conditions. I believe the intention is obviously to ensure that base densities are viable before you're requiring a density bonus on top of the base density. But staff are recommending proceeding with the plan, the zones as initially recommended in the plan. So staff aren't recalibrating the zoning to current market conditions. We're just not recommending applying a density bonus, except for where it did show it was viable on the one site.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, like I support the recommendations, and for the reasons you said, it's just I am concerned with the wording in this report and that it may sort of give a misrepresentation of where council is generally. I understand we're restricted here, and therefore the recommendations make sense. But I guess I'll leave that as a comment for now that I'm uncomfortable with some of the report language as it stands.
Okay, council, any further questions? Mayor Herford, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the one site where we are recommending, or staff is recommending the bonusing. I was curious about the other considerations. I think affected multiple properties, and it was easy to see why we would want to take a look at those entirety. But this is very specific. So is there a reason that we wouldn't, like, do we need to go to this bonusing structure to ensure that we get those outcomes, or could we do a CD zone that dictates these outcomes, or is that going too far on this? I am also know that we're looking at one property thing. I think is quite challenging for a concept for me. So I just wanted to flush out was that an option that was considered, like a CD zone that dictates these things, or are we not able to do that? I mean, or is it 6 1/2 dozen of another, and we're just choosing this approach?
Through the chair, this was the approach recommended in the plan. I don't believe you could. Well, I would be. I have not worked on an instance where you zone for a particular outcome. You would need the landowner to be on board. In short, you couldn't zone for public park on a property without compensating the landowner. You can't zone for that type of use and not compensate a landowner for that. So that would be unusual. Staff have been following the direction in the plan throughout this process, and it mentioned a district-led rezoning. And I think you kind of hit on one of the challenges here when you're looking broadly at zoning that affects multiple properties and a financial analysis is required. You need to use certain assumptions, and it's not to say that applications may not come forward that work at the base density for a particular applicant, but staff have to use reasonable assumptions of the current market conditions when doing this analysis, and they're showing that it is not viable under current cost conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. I think the district-led rezoning is what the sort of the direction was in the plan, and I think, and I'm not debating that. It's just like in this form with a density bonus versus being more prescriptive. But I accept that rationale around dictating that park use in the zone itself that's the crux. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Under the heading of sidewalks nowhere are not popular, I just want to probe a little bit the ultimate vision for that infrastructure out in front of the 2163 Malcolm Road property. Is the ultimate vision, I'm looking for some confirmation here, because I believe that the ultimate vision here is a transportation corridor, sidewalk, biking facilities along the entire length of Malcolm Road on that north side as properties are redeveloped. Is that the vision that we're working towards?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. And actually just picking up a little bit on that, I want to make sure along the rest of Mamquam Road, the district owns a larger fraction, a larger piece of the road, and that 2163 juts out a little bit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So this will put this zoning, if the property owner is amenable, this would put the property line of 2163 in line with the rest of the properties on Mamquam Road?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so rezoning, the piece I'm struggling with here is rezoning to a zone that is not financially viable. I'm scratching my head about whether it's worth the work to do the rezoning versus, because if it's not financially viable, then it's unlikely that the projects will go ahead without rezoning, versus leaving the zoning as is, predominantly R1, and allowing those rezoning applications to come in. Can you speak to the, in accordance with the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan in a similar way that they do for Loggers East? Yeah. Can you speak to what the differences would be and why, what advantage the pre-zoning to a non-financially viable zone would give us?
Through the chair. So again, when doing the financial analysis, we had to take the consultants were looking at the current market conditions. That's not to say that existing landowners could have paid much less than current market value for the land or have other opportunities for cost efficiencies. Staff aren't able to go site by site and put that into a model and kind of put a zoning on each property. That would be, that's not what we had the ability to do. So just because the model says that it is not viable under current cost conditions does not mean that projects will not come forward, because some of these properties may have been owned for a long time, or the proponents might be able to find cost efficiencies that we're unable to assume. Staff aren't able to implement a density bonus. So the whole reason that we examined the base density is because that's the requirement of this whole process, is to look and see if the base density is viable. If this was all different and the base density was viable, then we could explore looking at adding a density bonus to secure affordable housing. And then that could have been recommended. And unfortunately, that's not what it's looking like. That's not to say that a proponent might not want to come in and rezone to try and achieve a 0.8 because they have those opportunities for reduced costs elsewhere. And then staff would do kind of a typical rezoning application where an amenity may be negotiated if warranted.
Okay, thanks.
I think on this point, if I remember correctly, in reading through the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan, many of these zones actually allow a higher floor area ratio, like they often range up to 2.0. So did any of our modeling pro forma analysis show, like, why are we not considering adding a density bonus that would get us like providing a 1.1 FSR that would actually provide a financially viable pro forma that would deliver affordable housing for our community? Like, that's the piece here. Like, I don't want to go through rezoning of any of this without letting go of the opportunity to deliver affordable housing. So if we pre-zone to 1.5, but it means that 20% of your project needs to be affordable, why wouldn't we do that?
Through you, Chair, I'll start and then perhaps I'll pass it to Jessica to add some additional context. They did look at the base densities that were required to make a project viable, and they greatly exceeded the maximums identified in the plan. And so just to get to the base density, which was way higher, in one case it was like 5.0, which would probably not even be possible to build here. Then you would have to, on top of that, increase above 5.0 to get an affordable contribution. So that was why staff didn't explore that further. Jessica, do you have anything that you want to add to that?
Oh, just that the BC or the BC Inclusive Zoning and Density Bonusing Comprehensive Guidance states that you should have a base density be viable without the bonus density before you contemplate the bonus density.
And I think finally, the last point that I'll make is that the Obviously, when the densities were contemplated in the neighborhood plan, that was a number of years ago, went through like a lot of public engagement, and that was prioritizing kind of a nicer built form and a livable project. So in times where there's this challenging economic conditions, that's obviously the trade-off. You could look at increasing the densities way beyond what was contemplated in the plan, but it might result in a lot of units crammed on a site and it's much less livable. But again, unfortunately, in the analysis that was done, it would have to be way beyond what was contemplated in the plan to even start looking at adding an affordable contribution.
Okay, and I don't intend to try and erode the livability of the space. I appreciate that context. I guess I'm still go back then to the challenge of like, none of this is financially viable, and granted, people may have purchased their lands at different times, but there's also unintended risks or unintended impact when we do rezone property, particularly in the assessed value and then the taxation that individual current landowners are paying. And so I wonder how we balance that. Like, it was very substantial when we rezoned downtown to C4. And that was that burden was mostly passed on to our small business community. Here, it could potentially be a number of folks who have lived in community for a long time. And so I guess I'm still struggling with the intention here, given that the density or the pro forma just shows that the current model just doesn't work.
Again, it's an important part of the plan implementation. Creating clarity for landowners present and future is helpful. And also, if it was mentioned earlier about a single unit dwelling being a fully permitted use, that establishes a de facto like floor in land value, which is probably higher than it would be if it was zoned for townhouse, because right now they're developed with single unit dwellings. If someone wanted to purchase a site and develop townhomes, they still would have to go and demolish the existing home and go through construction. So a single unit dwelling is likely worth more than the land would be for a townhouse use, because someone has to go and actually build that project that is quite expensive. Whereas someone could sell their property for $1.3 million and walk away, and someone could just move into a single unit dwelling. It kind of artificially inflates the land values, which might seem counterintuitive, but that has been what Jessica mentioned through this work, because it's kind of easier for someone to just sell a single unit dwelling to someone else who wants one, rather than someone come in and have to build a multi-million-dollar townhouse project to then make money on it, if that makes sense. And as far as assessed values goes, my understanding is that it's predominantly based on recent transactions. So just because you upzone a property doesn't necessarily mean that your assessment will go way up. It would be based on I suppose if there was a lot of sales of the land at a much higher value, then it might increase the assessment, but it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion.
Council, further questions? Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for all the work on this. I find it really fascinating. I think, how does staff see sort of maintenance of this over time as market conditions change? My concern is that we make a decision or a suite of decisions in a time where we're dealing with one market condition, and then when that changes, we're left with something that might be optimal for what the new conditions are. So how is that piece? How do you expect staff to address that sort of over time as we're not doing this density bonus thing now? Is this decision like scheduled to be revisited over time, or is there a trigger for another look? Or yeah, that's like sort of the category of concerns. Is there on that? Any context you can share with us?
Sure, through the chair, perhaps I'll start and then I'll pass it to Jessie if she would like to add some additional information. I think implementing the base zoning as a first step, and then seeing how many projects come forward, and obviously how many rezoning applications come forward. If there's a number of rezoning applications coming forward and are kind of trying to hit a similar density, then that might indicate that it's time to start revisiting the policy, because there's maybe changes in the market that would allow this to happen. Obviously, staff's ideal outcome was to just pre-zone this and include a density bonus so that we're not going through site-specific rezonings all the time, but unfortunately, we're not currently in a position to do that.
Thank you. I might add, it is something that we're talking about actively. There are likely indicators that we need to start monitoring about the market generally, and we'll need to look at density bonusing more broadly across the community. Some neighborhoods, it might be appropriate at this time. In this situation, it's not. So it's going to be a program that we're going to need to build into our normal zoning bylaw review, but we likely wouldn't end up ahead of the curve, I would imagine, just the way land development works. And that certainly is an understandable concern, but.
Yeah, one of the sort of way that I'd summarize what I've consumed here is that the with what's included in the report is that even the base density is aspirational, and I'm still trying to sort of, to me, then a subsequent bonus, like layering on a bonusing piece that is also aspirational and swinging for the fences. Like I'm just trying to. I don't see them being in different categories, although there was talk of what the legislation requires us to do. But if someone, has held the land for, or has figured out a way to bring something forward that could hit those aspirations that we all share for these properties, I'm trying to understand the risk of including it at this point from a bonusing perspective. I get that it doesn't appear to be financially viable with the inputs that we have, but I'm still trying to realize what the risk would be to incentivize that at this point in time.
Just to clarify, I believe, are you suggesting that the density bonus just be included if a base density is not viable? Are you asking why don't we just include a non-viable bonus density?
I mean, both feel aspirational. If we're getting feedback, not just that the top density's not viable, but the base density is. So given that they're both end up in a similar category, I'm just trying to understand the risk of putting in a bonusing thing, even if we know that it's unlikely that to be viable.
The provincial policy guidance does not allow you to do that. So that is why.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor Herfer's question about consistency over time as market conditions fluctuate helped me clarify one of my other challenges, which is consistency over space. So Garibaldi Estates is the one plan that we're doing this with right now. And it seems to me like we're going to have Garibaldi Estates sort of treated with this pre-zoning mechanism. And then are we going to apply this same mechanism to all the other neighborhood planning processes that we have on our docket? And if that's true, do we have the capacity to do that, considering how long it took us to get Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan through the process? Because it's a big process.
Thank you through the chair. As it relates to future neighborhood planning, we don't currently have in our work plan any future neighborhood plans or district initiative. We'll likely wait until the next OCP update to revisit neighborhood planning generally. The neighborhood planning that we are undertaking currently are the external applicants. So the Thunderbird Ridge, thank you, neighborhood plan. I believe the name of that one may have changed, and also the North Carpet plan are both underway. And then we recently received an application for the Chikai Phase 2 neighborhood plans. We do have quite a lot of external neighborhoods. Those processes will likely go differently, have negotiated land development agreements because they are with external applicants. But in terms of district initiated neighborhood planning, I would call it's been pinned until the next OCP update.
So the GE2, GE3, GE4, and GE5 zones would remain sort of as this anomaly neighborhood within our common residential neighborhood zoning of R1, R2, R3, and R4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
comment to my council colleagues. I think consistency in our zoning, in the way we zone, in the purpose of our zoning across our entire community is a valuable thing.
I had Councillor Pettingill next on my list. I did just have a question on this, if I may. Which is, can you remind me why we didn't do this out of the Loggers East neighborhood plan?
Yes, that neighborhood had considerably more constraints than this one. A lot of environmentally sensitive area, which you can't actually determine the setbacks on until you hire a QEP to go out and survey the sites. There's also a lot of steep slopes, and the servicing was fair, it was an underserviced neighborhood because it was previously rural. I think it would have been a lot more challenging to come up with a zone that would work, especially when you're dealing just with those environmental constraints. It would be, you could zone for something and then have a QEP go out and find out you can only develop on a very small portion of the site. So it would have been really challenging to do that.
And then what about the micro plan that we did for, was it Wilson Crescent?
Through the chair, I think I'm missing from this context also the Wilson Crescent microplan isn't actually a schedule of the OCP, so we wouldn't have taken it farther as far as we took this one. But also the legislative environment has changed such that the province is now directing us to pre-zone, which is partially why we're moving in this direction.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just a couple things. One comment. I mean, I think we have sort of gone towards a neighborhood planning process, which would explain why neighborhood to neighborhood there might not be consistency in zones, and maybe it's time to rethink that. But I think that's a reason why you might see different things in different neighborhoods. I really struggle with the idea of current viability when a bylaw can take 2, 6 months, a year, last for 2 decades. What does current mean? I struggle with that, and maybe that'd be down to case law to figure that piece out. Somewhat in that context on the mayor's comments, I had a similar perspective before I dug into the provincial guidance and so on, where it does make sense to me to say, like, this is what we want. We understand the legislation doesn't allow us to do these bonus densities right now, but this is sort of where our head is at. If we can't do it in density bonus, is there value, and maybe this is a question of my colleagues, in articulating this as part of the neighborhood plan as an addendum of, like, this is the sort of thing we would expect to see more density, and that's where the community's head is at, we believe. Maybe it's not worth that, but I sort of am wondering that if that's the place to express this aspiration. And then the person, I guess in my optimistic mind, this allows that really innovative entrepreneur to say, hey, I've got this great idea that people haven't thought of. It's aligned with what the community says it wants. Now I have something to go with, as opposed to right now people just kind of have to guess because it's not articulated anywhere. So I guess comment question of my colleagues.
I think if I can take the bait on that, is it not articulated in the neighborhood plan that we spent 4+ years working with community to develop? Like, that is the direction that is presented in the neighborhood plan of what the priorities are, which areas we want active transportation, where we want affordable housing or diverse forms of housing. There's a whole page on co-housing and diverse form. So is there something that is missing from your perspective? I think our tools to be able to achieve affordable housing have shifted. The province screwed us over, if I may be very frank, for communities of our size, where we don't have very many tools to deliver either cash or built on-site affordable housing. For some reasons, good or bad, we've been moved into a space to do ACCs that explicitly do not allow us to collect money for affordable housing. And so the density bonus mechanism is the only thing that they provide, and this is the legislation that they're requiring us to use as at its current market value.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm wondering, and again, I'm not sure this is valuable, so I pose the question, like, we've done more work to assess viability, to look at different densities and consider what we would consider and so on. And so is there some of that isn't already in the neighborhood plan that would be worth sort of adding? Because reading this report, it seems like we've done a bit more work on the specific densities that we are comfortable with and the pro formas and so on. But if maybe I think what I'm seeing or hearing is we feel it's the neighborhood plan's good enough and we don't need more. So just wanted to pose the question though.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question and one that I'd encourage my council colleagues to weigh in on. I would be reticent to start amending the neighborhood plan that we spent 5 years developing to reflect the current market conditions. So similarly, where we don't draft our zoning to do so, but I saw Mayor Herfer's hand, but Mr. Daly wants to weigh in.
Oh, I just wanted to add some additional context that affordable housing is identified as a priority amenity in the neighborhood plan. So that does live in there. And again, just because unfortunately the framework that we've gone through as recommended by the province is not allowing us to apply this density bonus. Again, that doesn't stop someone from making an application to rezone their property to one of these densities that's identified in the plan, or maybe higher if they need to. And if they're proposing, then we're guided by the rezoning application alignment policy, which does have affordable housing targets. So folks can still make applications and they can see that policy that we have to provide guidance on that.
Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
I'm ready to move for a motion. I just want to flag that. I don't know if you have an additional speakers list or if you're ready for a motion.
I had a few additional questions. I'll go around and see if there's any additional speakers. I'm just wondering if staff can walk me through again the 2163 proposal has I'm trying to remember. I think in the staff report it says a 1.0 FSR. In the neighborhood plan, the policy speaks to 0.7. And I think you spoke to a calculation that if it was on the whole lot, it would be a 0.5. So can you just walk me through where we landed on the FSR and how we got there?
Yes. So in the plan, it speaks to a 0.7, which was considered on the whole parcel. In the 1.0 is after the land dedication has been removed. So for the park and the active transportation piece, the floor area ratio would be 1.0 on the remainder. If you took it on the entire site, it would be 0.5.
Okay. Was the impetus then to land on the 1.0 driven just by the size of the park that we thought we were trying to secure, or it just feels like there's like there's a gap there on the FSR either being left underbuilt or unaccounted for? So if you count for the whole property and it's a 0.5 as opposed to a 0.7 as identified in the parcel or in the policy?
That was what was determined to be, or the number of units that could be built on the site and accommodate the park space and road infrastructure and things like that.
Good. Thank you. And then just one more time, because I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around this. The proposed GE zones still allow for single and 2 unit dwellings. So how does that differ than just keeping it as an R1 zone and allowing folks to come forward with a rezoning that is guided by the neighborhood plan and an expedited public hearing process, because the majority will be the majority will be residential, and so a public hearing is not allowed?
Through you, Chair, there are constraints related to single unit dwelling in these zones that aren't included in R1. It also, again, sets the expectations for what the future land use is going to be. So under R1, you could buy an R1 lot, you could assume that there's probably just going to be another single unit dwelling next to you, or maybe a small townhouse project, whereas these zones allow this higher density use. So again, it could impact land prices over time. Someone might not buy a single unit dwelling lot that they think the neighbor might develop a large townhouse development or a large 6-story mixed use building. It is setting clear expectations for the future and the goals that are trying to be achieved through the plan ultimately. And again, it is not as permissive as R1 for single unit dwelling use. The use is maintained to ensure that those folks aren't legally non-conforming.
Okay. Council, any further questions at this time? I heard that Mayor Herford has a motion that he's ready to move, so I'll go to him.
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendation, and if seconded, I'd like to speak to it.
Is anybody willing to second it at this time? seconded by Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, staff, for all the work on this. And as we've heard throughout this process, this is really where the rubber hits the road for our the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan that has been a lengthy project, including a lot of public engagement. I move the staff recommendation, even though I'm quite challenged by the interaction of the imperfect nature of our tools and how we're dictated our actions by the province. I see that in my assessment, the not including a bonusing structure at this point, because it's not financially viable, does not make it more financially viable. It actually makes it less financially viable to achieve these outcomes because they need to go through our zoning process. So that's not an attack on staff or their work. This is one of those nonsensical province working against its own stated goals piece, and I'm frustrated by that. I do think, however, given the constraints we're operating in, I think that this course of action feels wholly appropriate, and happy to support it with that one gripe that is not for anyone sitting at this table. So thank you very much for the work, and happy to see this move forward.
I'm just going to go to Councillor Hamilton quickly before I go to the seconder.
Could we sever the two parts of the motion, part 1, part 2, to receive and to support?
Do I need a motion to do that, or can we just address them separately? Please hold. All right, we'll go to Councillor French to make some comments on the motion that he seconded, and then we'll entertain whether we should sever them.
Thanks, Chair. I believe that the direction that we're giving here is consistent with the work that we've been doing for far longer than we expected it would take on the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan. So I'm supporting this mainly from a consistency point of view, in line with the gripe we heard from my colleague about provincial interference and all of this. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to make comments on the motion as a whole? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm prepared to support the motion as a whole. And probably split as well. But I just want to, I felt myself really agitated going through this, not at the staff portion of this, but when I got to the provincial restrictions, especially on a bonus that we can't make a bonus. Well, like, it just doesn't make any sense for the reasons my colleague said it and more. And so I was quite frustrated by that. It doesn't seem like the province is helping itself or us here. The other thing, I just want to challenge a comment a little bit about the clear, I guess, direction or intention we've given in the plan. Just noting that it has been our commentary throughout that although we are permitting a certain level of density in the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood, we don't expect to see that full density realized. Based on every other neighborhood we've seen, it's never built out to that full density. We've had our first application come through on Tantalus, and that was far below what would have been permitted there. And so while we have sort of talked about the highest level of density that could be there throughout, I think it actually is the expectation that that full density probably won't get built out for what it's worth.
I'll go to corporate officer for a check-in on our procedure bylaw.
Thank you for your patience. Yes, if council wishes to consider the motions separately in the order they're presented, you don't require a motion.
Great. So I'll get council members to continue to speak to both clauses, and then we'll vote on them separately. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Certainly happy to vote in favor of receiving the work. It's really valuable. It's been really valuable for me to see the pro forma assessments on these properties, on the plan. And I want to speak to, so a book called Escaping the Housing Trap by Charles Marone talks about mechanisms to get out of the housing challenge that us and it's coming from the States and America is in. It's from 2024. It's a very recent book, and it speaks to a lot of the things that we're already doing. And in this work, one of the things he speaks to is pre-zoning or allowing by default the next level of density. And I think we've done that with R1. We've allowed the next level from single family to multifamily. And through our Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan, we've indicated where we're willing to go if somebody wants to in their individual property. Just like we do in the Loggers East neighborhood plan, and just like we do more broadly with our official community plan. And so I think that we are going to be seeing motion in developing in Garibaldi Estates and increasing the density there with the current R1 zoning in time. My concern with the pre-zoning in the way that we're doing it is that it's going to create an inconsistency within our community where Garibaldi Estates is going to have this awkward sort of zoning associated with it that doesn't, where the rules don't apply to other places in our community. If the plan was to do this in all of our neighborhoods, to have a Garibaldi 1, 2, 3, a Valley Cliff 1, 2, 3, a Brackendale 1, 2, 3, I'd consider supporting this. But this is going to be an awkward island of rezoning, of an awkward island of zoning for potentially decades to come. That I don't think it's in the right direction to pre-zone. I do think it's the right direction. The plan is in the right direction, but I don't think the pre-zoning is in the right direction.
Any further comments from Council? Councillor Anderson, Councillor Greenlaw, Mayor Herford, and then Councillor Pettingill.
Just in reply to some comments from my colleague, when I think about the Garibaldi Estates and I think about the reason for the Garibaldi Estates plan is recognizing the unique nature of the Garibaldi Estates, its proximity to services, the flood requirement, all those things that led us to do that project. And I think that the levels that we're considering here are that step further than R1, which we do see broadly in the rest of community. So I understand sort of the some of those pieces, but I'm having a hard time seeing not seeing the unique nature of this neighborhood and thus the attention we've been giving it. So I want to really challenge that rationale for these, whether it's for the support of that plan in and of itself in that context or this step. But I think this is pre-zoning is an important step to ensure that we actually are at least striving towards the outcomes that we've generated with our community. So I'll leave my comments there.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just like to add to that again, our neighborhoods are distinct, and we've tried to, where we can, accommodate and support and capitalize on those sort of unique advantages of different neighborhoods. But also rezoning is a subjective and can be a lengthy process, which takes up a lot of resources, which then aren't going to community amenities and so on. And so we had limited tools, and it was one of the only tools available to us. Now with the ACCs and so on, we have more tools where we can avoid rezoning and the costs that go with it, which then hopefully means more of the resources available can go into the community amenities and so on. And while it's not going to be perfect, I think that is the whole idea. And I don't know if these tools or what the tool context is between the states in here, but if we can pre-zone reasonably well and avoid rezoning processes, capture in ACCs, again, we're not sort of burning available resource or potential on process. It's going into the actual things we need, theoretically at least.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. I know we're in comment period, not discussion period, but debate each other during.
Always debate a motion on the floor.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor, and we welcome debate.
To Councillor Pettingill, I would be in agreement if these rezonings were potentially viable. If these rezonings would lead to the redevelopment without a rezoning application, I would be more in line with your view, but I don't see that happening. I see them likely to require a rezoning application anyways. And to Mayor Herford's comment, I see the unique nature of Garibaldi Estates, and I agree with the plan. It's when we apply our zoning bylaws differently across our different communities, and I don't mean the different bylaws, the structure of the bylaw, the intent of what we signal with it should be consistent across our communities. When we signal to our community that we're going to change, we want that your neighbor might change to a multiplex, we should do that consistently across our community. We shouldn't do that through rezoning in Garibaldi Estates and planning in Loggers East.
I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I hum and haw about this one, and obviously that's a point of debate. I do think we have spent a long time both engaged around this table with our staff and most importantly with our community to set a direction for Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan. It has been incorporated into our official community plan. And we do actually typically after an OCP review amend our zoning bylaw sometimes on specific parcels to reflect the direction that we're trying to achieve from a policy perspective. And so this is the gap that I think this work is trying to address. Is we've done a lot of policy work, a lot of engagement, probably more so than you would ever see in a rezoning application unto itself, to now get us to a stage where I think we can confidently move forward with some zoning amendments that align with all that engagement that we have done. Some of the pieces that I'm challenged with still, though, is the effort towards putting in a zoning that we know isn't viable, at least in this current market. What feels like a letting go of our ability to potentially secure affordable housing is a real concern to me, because I think what I heard first and foremost through the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood planning process is not only do we want density, we want density that will deliver on housing tenures and types that more folks in our community will be able to achieve and call home. And so in my 11th hour of processing all this around the table, I'm like, well, maybe we should actually just like require that it all additional FAR be market rental. Like what other tools do we use in order to achieve some of the housing outcomes that our community so highly prioritized? And as this will get severed for voting, I am curious. There are a few, if I go back to the January staff report, there are a few FARs in like the GE4 neighborhood, for example, that go above the base FAR that's in the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan as the pre-zone. And so that's the one area where I just need to do a little bit more due diligence, but I'm a little bit concerned that we've overzoned further than what the base FAR is in the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan. And if we're not able to do a density bonus to secure affordable housing, I don't really have any interest in pre-zoning for anything above the base FAR identified in the neighborhood plan. But with that, I will call to question. We'll vote on these separately. So the first motion is that council receive the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan zoning implementation bonus report dated March 24th, 2026 for information. All those in favor? And then the second part is to direct staff to proceed with the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan zoning implementation project as recommended in the report. And we'll further comment. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Actually, a clarifying question for staff, if I can.
Yep, there's a motion on the floor. So if it's very specific.
Well, I am contemplating some of the comments that have been made. My understanding is between various grant commitments and so on we have sort of obligated ourselves to do some level of pre-zoning work here. Is that correct? Or do we have a relative freedom to decide actually we don't want to pre-zone here yet?
staff feel comfortable weighing in on this, you may, but you're also welcome to say no. I will start by saying no grant requirement would ever tie council to directing a specific zoning action or not. We are always at the discretion of council for rezoning items. We may then forego some grant money, but that is not currently, as we reviewed the Squamish Housing Action Plan this morning, it's not one of the work plan items to rezone this. The province has moved us in a direction through Bill 44 to try and pursue pre-zoning, and that is why the ACC bylaw came forward. That is why they have the density bonus model for affordable housing, but it's not a requirement. Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. Just to my some comments I've heard around the table from Councillor Hamilton on the discrepancy of how we address these issues throughout the community, and I appreciate that clarity. I do think that with the change of the regulatory our regulatory systems, each plan and each step is going to reflect the realities, regulatory reality of the day. So I understand that discrepancies can be uncomfortable. I expect going forward that we will likely, with the new tools, be able to and thus need to pre-zone more of the community under this new regulatory scheme that we have. So, and I think just the nature of those changes will mean that over time things will come onto the same page, just as it took a long time to get to where we are today, and that evolution takes time. And I don't think that stepping back from taking those steps forward right now means that we shouldn't be looking to bring those other pieces in line. And I think that's the order of operations here. I don't think we can do something that broad stroke to the community, which is what we were forced to do with the Bill 44 work. But I do think that over the next while, and maybe even heading into, I'd say the next OCP is, if this condition persists, is likely going to recommend a bunch of pre-zoning to use all these tools that we have. So I think this is the start of that, and that does create a little bit a differentiation between how we approach these different areas historically over time. But this is an evolution, and I do believe that this is a step forward and should be supported.
Okay, so before I call the question on the second portion of the motion, I will just further refine my previous comments that I think I will support this at this time. I think two elements that I'll continue to think about and review as I engage with community as before this goes to readings are the potential unintended consequences of taxation impact and assessment, just really revisiting our experience with C4 zoning downtown. And again, there are a few components in the GE zones that I think the mixed use has a range of like 0.7 to 0.9 FAR. And I would probably lean towards just staying at that 0.7, and just if people want to go above, then they can come back for rezoning. But those are my comments for now. I will call the question on the second portion of the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Greenlaw opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Mayor Herford, go ahead.
I would like to suggest that we terminate this meeting.
Well done. Seconded by Councillor French. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.